calling to order the Douglas County School District Board of Education meeting for June 22nd at 6:07 p.m. We'll begin with roll call. Director Chancho Shore.
Here.
Graziano.
Here.
Hanson is absent and also excused. Holtzman.
Here.
Lung.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
And Ray is here. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item on our agenda tonight is to recognize our board committees. For those of you that may or may not know, we have several people that work behind the scenes on the board's behalf from various reasons, from our long-range planning group to our district accountability committee to our MBOC, and we're going to just spend a little bit of time tonight just recognizing their work, their support of our work, but also some special members who have worked diligently for the year or maybe even more, and who are now graduating from that committee and moving on to something different. So I just want to first of all, though, just acknowledge these people that do this work. They do it as volunteers. They do it to really help us remain informed and do the research that we sometimes don't have the time to do. And then they provide us recommendations. So there really is this, 50 to 60 citizens that really support us in these various areas. So we thought we'd just take a little bit of time and recognize them. We have a few of them remote, a few of them in person, so I'm not sure where they're going to show up, so we'll just kind of start with our District Accountability Committee. I see Chester Shaw. Mr. Shaw, welcome to our meeting. Good evening. Chester is the leader of our District Accountability Committee. And Chester, if you would just take a minute and maybe recognize some of these special people that have shown up tonight on Zoom.
All right. Thank you, Director Ray. It's a pleasure to be here. We have 3 of the DAC members on here, I do believe, that have worked very hard and diligently with the DAC, and want to recognize them. We have Laura Welch, we have Kirk Harris, and we have Tisha Baumeister. Thank you guys so much for all your work, for everything you've done, stepping up. I couldn't have run this committee without your help, so I really appreciate that. And wish you the best with whatever you decide to do. Hopefully I see you around somewhere, but thank you, thank you, thank you.
So Laura or Chris or anyone, any remarks you'd like to make about your experience serving on the DAC? I'll start with Laura.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I enjoyed the 3 years I spent on the DAC and look forward to working for the district, possibly in other capacities moving forward.
Very good. Thanks, Laura. Thank you again for your service and all your great work. And I'm sorry, Kirk. Is it Kirk? That's awesome.
Kirk, yes.
Yeah, Kirk, please.
Thank you, Director. Enjoyed my 3 years on the DAC. Looking forward to another 3 years serving, this time on long-range planning coming up this fall.
We caught you into another committee. That's great work. All right, very good. Thank you. We're looking forward to your continued work on long-range planning committee. And then Tisha, I believe.
Yes, and thank you. Like the other 2, I really enjoyed the 3 years, and sad to see it end. It went too fast, but like Laura, I hope to continue serving in other capacities at another time. So thank you.
Very good. Well, again, to all 3 of you, we can't thank you enough for all your great work, all your great support. Chester, also thank you for your leadership and your continued leadership as we look forward to the new year. So let's give all these individuals a round of applause. Our next committee is the Fiscal Oversight Committee, and they have done a lot of work this year in helping us, again, make some pretty difficult decisions when we're going through some lean times, and then tonight really is their night to shine because they have given us some recommendations about our final budget. So I believe we have Jim Morris here from Fiscal Oversight. Jim, anything that you would like to comment? I know you don't have anybody leaving you, so it must mean that you were nice to everybody and everybody decided to stay. Any comments you'd like to make about FOC?
Well, thanks, Director Ray, and to all the Board of Education. We, of course, with the FOC, has a primary responsibility helping the district and the Board of Education through their financial oversight responsibility. So, one of the big roles we play is on the audit annually, and we, establish an audit subcommittee and work literally through the summer and into early fall as we're finishing up the audit. So we're just beginning that work for the year just ended now as well. So additionally, we spent some time this year, and we'll be coming out with what we hope is a new and improved citizens budget guide this year. So we've spent some time and had a subcommittee on that, going through the past budget guides and the past budget and coming up with what we hope will be a better document for the public to get the answers that they may have regarding questions on the financial condition listed in the audits and the budget. So again, thanks for the continued working relationship. We will not technically meet until September again, but we do have items going on through the summer, and our board is very good financial people, and we enjoy getting together and helping the board out. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. And Jim, this is also your opportunity. We've got a room full of people, so if there's some spots you would like to recruit, encourage people to join your committee, are there some spaces available?
There are. We have, I think it's maybe 3 or 4 where we've had some resignations from people for various regions that can no longer serve in their appointments. So we have some terms that would be less than 3 years. So I'll take this opportunity and make the shot to, if anybody wants to get in and try it out for something less than 3 years, we have some of those positions. And we currently, I believe we have a application notice up on the website, on the FOC portal, part of the Douglas County School District website. So people, please check it out. And if you're interested in one of those vacant positions, give us a holler. Thanks.
Very good, Jim, and thank you again for your wonderful leadership. Let's give Jim a round of applause as well. Next committee is our Long Range Planning Committee, and we have Michelle Major here with us, and who is the chair. Michelle, what words would you have for us tonight?
Well, it's been an unprecedented year for the Long Range Planning Committee. We've had all of our meetings online, and we've also managed to accomplish an amazing amount of work. The volunteers have helped do community outreach regarding boundary changes. We had done analysis, and we went out to the community, and we did that outreach via Zoom, and we had very successful connection with the community, and were able to communicate what the potential boundary changes were, as well as hear from the community their concerns. And then we were able to make recommendations to the Board of Education, and then 2 boundary changes were implemented across the county. And so that's just the beginning of our work, trying to balance enrollment as we see the different transition of student enrollment growing in some schools and declining in others. So, and then we have 2 volunteers who just left our committee and completed their terms. One was Christian Hirsch, and she was really talented and brought a lot of insight to our committee, and she wasn't able to be here tonight. And our other was Emma Peters, who was our student volunteer, and she was exceptional at helping us understand the student perspective when it comes to students in schools, and that is core of what we care about.
Very good. So, and are you also looking for some new recruits then, Michelle?
We may have a spot or 2 open. So if you're interested, definitely submit an application. It's interesting work, and we really do need people from all across the district so that we can understand those unique circumstances that are happening in each area.
Very good. All right. Well, let's give Michelle and Emma and Kirsten a round of applause for their service. Thank you. And last but not least is our, what we call MBOC, which stands for Mill and Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee. And we have John Freeman here, who is the chair of that group. This is, again, a citizen group that technically is a little different than our other committees in that you, John, and your committee really run independent of our direction because we really want you to be able to hold our system accountable with citizens with regards to that MLO and bond that we recently were able to receive. But John, what words would you have for us tonight?
Yep, thank you for recognizing us tonight. I would like to thank all the former and current MBOC members for their selfless giving of their time and talent to ensure that the additional tax dollars generated by the citizens of Douglas County are accounted for and well spent. If you're not familiar with the MBOC, our charge is to become familiar with the 2018 mill levy override and the bond program, and to monitor the progress of the programs and projects that are implemented with those funds, and to ensure that all the expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters. So, since you are giving us an opportunity here, we are also looking for new members. We need a parent from Highlands Ranch. We need a person that works in safety and security, which would be like a licensed police officer or that sort. We also need a licensed educator that works in the secondary schools.
Very good. So that's encouraging. So if there's any of you, again, that are interested in any of these committees, we would ask, get on dcsdk12.org, go to the board page, go to the committee that you might be interested in, and then there's more direction in terms of how to apply. But again, John, we thank you again for your leadership, for keeping us on the right track, holding us accountable. Your group has done some tremendous work in that area. So let's give a round of applause for John Freeman as well. Committee liaisons, I don't know if there's any other words you wanted to share about your committees, but I'll pause for that. Any other words? Director Graziano, go ahead.
Yeah, just having worked on a few of the groups, LRPC, FOC, and the MBOC, the people have been fantastic help to us on the board, and I want to extend my thanks, and I'm sure there are others as well, and also just again offer it up to the community to get involved and join these groups. There's a lot of things going on that you can see a lot of what's happening in the district and learn a lot, make some great connections, and we're really appreciative, as President Ray said, about their help. We really couldn't do a lot of things we do up here without their assistance and their guidance. So my personal thanks to all the people I've worked with.
Very good. Thank you, Director Graziano. Director Meek?
Yeah, I'd like to definitely thank all of the community members on the couple of committees I've had the honor to work with, both DAC and Long Range Planning. The amount of time and dedication that all of these individuals put in, it's pretty amazing. They put in the time to understand the budget or the capacity, boundaries. I mean, it's just pretty amazing the amount of work that our citizens donate, their time and energy and talents. And the past year and a half, it's just been phenomenal to get to know many of you. And we just so appreciate all that you do to support the 64,000 students that we have in our district.
Very good. And I would be remiss not to also acknowledge that we do have another committee, our student advisory group, that 2 meetings ago, we spent time acknowledging and recognizing them as well. So they're definitely just as much of a valued group of people that help us with our decision-making as all these other committees. But unless there's other comments, let's just all give a round of applause for all the citizens that help and support us. Okay, board, next on the agenda is to accept the agenda. Is there a motion?
So
Move to
moved.
accept.
I
Second.
will- So moved by Director Holtzman, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore?
Aye.
Graziano?
Aye.
Holtzman?
Aye.
Lung?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next on the agenda now is for our Superintendent, Wise, to begin giving us some updates on various topics. So good evening, Mr. Wise.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm going to use the mic to begin with. Matt Reynolds is also going to join me here in a second. As we start up this evening with superintendent reports, want to just start off with some introductions. Anytime you start looking at adding to your team and your cabinet level, it's quite a process that starts with screening and then interviewing with multiple committees, the opportunity to then be moved up in that process to finalist piece, and then hiring. And so just to start to recognize some individuals in our cabinet level. 2 deputy superintendent positions have been hired, and have the privilege to introduce Mr. Andy Abner, who has been principal at Rock Canyon High School for 10 years, in Douglas County for 19, and really just a cornerstone and pivotal piece within Douglas County schools. And also Danelle Hyatt, who's been in education for 24 years, 12 plus in Douglas County, principal, executive director of schools, and just an honor to have you as part of our cabinet team. In the back, we also have 2 executive directors of schools to honor and appreciate. We have Aaron McDonald, principal from Southridge Elementary School here in Castle Rock, and John Gutierrez, principal from Cougar Run, who will be part of our executive director of schools, helping to lead and set goals within our schools and continue the great work. So really proud of our cabinet. It's a year in which everyone has gone above and beyond and done that. And I forgot one other person, darn it. Sorry, Sid. We also have another cabinet level position, our Special Education Services Officer, Mr. Sid Rundle, who has been a long-term principal at Crest Hill Middle School. Sorry, Sid, as I was looking back, missed you. So again, just want to take a second to introduce and give a round of applause, please. You know, as we go to the next slide, as we start looking at the work of Douglas County Schools, you know, I want to give a little bit of my experience. Over 25 years, one as a student teacher, assistant principal, director of high schools, executive director of schools in Highlands Ranch, and now superintendent. I'm also a parent. Lived in Parker for 25 years. My wife and I have raised 2 beautiful daughters. One is a finished and graduated legend last year, and the other one will be a senior. You know, when we talk about involvement, we talk about getting involved in our community, engaging. You know, I want to talk about the work of all. And I want to talk about a little bit to not only our board and understanding, but the audience abroad, and also everyone that's a part of it. I want you to know, Douglas County Schools, we have always been great. We're going to review some data. I want you to look at the slides as Mr. Reynolds talks. What do you notice about that data? What would you find that you want to dig in deeper and learn more? When I think about my daughters, and I want you to know as a superintendent, each and every student in this county is as important as my daughter. Therefore, all kids want to treat like my own kids. But I also want to acknowledge there's times where when we look at public comment, probably not the greatest time to have dialogue, but we are listening. And I acknowledge even those times we're trying to say, where's this coming from? What does this look like? You know, we have to stop and appreciate to say, you know what, we felt that this statement was from another area, but guess what? It is a part of one of our books. Sociology textbook, a new one. But then also let's say, what is sociology as a course and as a textbook and resources? And when we look at all of our resources and topics, we look at age appropriate, grade level readiness, preparation for post-high school life. And within these, we will have controversial topics. But as a leader in a system that's very large, how we set systems, how we look at that systemic approach of knowledge, engagement, is going to be important. Also, how we call it within our syllabi. What are we teaching? Why? What are our alternative assignments we can have? That's going to be the continued work. But with each of these, we also want to call out that what are our next steps? And in our next steps, it is with new leadership, with a new superintendent, cabinet, and district, and also involvement. How do we take a look at our strategic plan? What have we accomplished? The entire strategic plan, where are we going forward? As we look at the work of equity and the work ahead, where are we now and where are we going forward? How do we build in our purpose statement as a district and also our next steps over the years to come to continue to take on the challenge. I will continue to say, educational equity is not critical race theory. Educational equity in Douglas County schools, and calling out interchangeably those words, there is not a curriculum being passed down by the board. I want you to know that. I want you to know that. When we look at each student and our data, you'll see where we are doing well, where we also have to identify and where we improve. That goes back to the individual. What does each person, each student need? How do we help grow that? How do we raise the bar and achieve that? One of our focal points is literacy, reading. How do we dissect within reading, and how do we move that achievement up? Because reading is one of the critical pieces that you see evidence that helps achievement at all levels. How do we continue to look at those things? So truly, as we look at our data, that data starts to tell the story. But each individual in their opportunity to connect and be involved in schools, to be engaged, to have one adult who they know they can count on and trust, and to make sure that we connect with those things. That's also a part of that SEL work, social emotional learning, mental health, wellness. Each and every student matters. All students matter. We have great preparation towards postgraduate opportunities. We shared a little bit of our concurrent enrollment, saving families over $3 million by having college classes in high school and credit. We have the opportunities of getting CTE certification, career and technical industry certification. Our students are leaving Douglas County schools more prepared than other students. We want to be the best. But how we create that culture, how we engage, how we involve. That's the last piece I want to reach out to say, you heard a little bit about our district committees. And as you change slides, please, we want you to know that as we start to move forward in the first quarter and trying to engage, we need to build our work within our district systemically. We also then need to build our process to engage our community. That's evident. And we want our community to be involved. We're going to give you advance notice. We're going to give you invites. Please be a part. Be a productive part. And we're going to try to facilitate great roundtable discussions, defining not only who we are as Douglas County, but who we are as a community moving forward. How do we look at our data together and set goals and pathways and accountability and progress monitoring, interventions to look at added growth, advancements to help everyone reach their goals? And really, that's the work at hand that we've always been there. I am also going to call out a little bit on when you look at, say, No Place for Hate. Even back when I was in school, you talk about bullying. And each of us go through those experiences of our own experiences, and also at times maybe we weren't always the greatest of people. And you see similar themes back then to today. But you also find differences. And now we also have social media and technology. And how we start to address those things of feeling a part of things, inclusive, valued, that's a key part. So how we separate who we are and who we are not, what we do not. That's going to be part of our next steps as we go forward into the fall. What are we doing in each of our schools, grade level? What are we not? How do we separate so people know and it's visible exactly what we're doing is going to be critical. So when you look in that work of the first quarter and calling out a curricular alignment, calling out our topics that could be controversial, making it aware to students and parents, looking at those processes that we do have of alternative assignments. Looking in the second quarter, how we engage even further with our parent community. How we build in purposeful forums with roundtables and structures and facilitate that well. You know, I think the key piece also, if we go into the next slide, that I want to call out those multiple ways in which we get involved. It's not just in the ways in which we work with one topic, but you also heard about a lot of our board committees. We have formal committees to be a part of. What a great way to learn about our school district. What a great way to commit and get involved, to be a part of the process and also influence the decision-making. We also have other committees that aren't as formal, and we want you to be a part of those. So when we look at MBOC, LRPC, the FOC, the DAC, our Educational Equity Advisory Council, we have a lot of different opportunities in which to get involved, formal, and a few of those that are not only taking new people, but also some that are just now forming. So we want you to know that there's always ways we're going to improve, but as we look at this, what are ways in which we have, and we're continuing to build out more opportunities to get involved. If you go to the next slide, please. We also want to call out that we've had a number of ways in which we also continue to reach out. Within special education, we've had forums, we've had surveys. I will tell you one of the greatest strengths of Mr. Rundle is his ability to connect. And I've already told you that not only is he involved in it now, but he's already looking at ideas of how to build in more engagement. Listen, share, create understanding. Engagement's not just having a majority vote, it's engaging in the decision-making process and sharing the why. And that's a big part of building us together rather than separating out. And so I also want to make sure that as we go through that it's very clear in our process. So there's ways that we've done and we're going to continue to improve. Next slide. As we start also going into other projects, there's a number of things which are listed, and I'm not going to go through each of them. There's a lot on each of these slides. But we put out classes, parent universities. It's hard to be a parent. It's hard going through this time. There's no perfect way. There's challenges no matter what. As we've shared, it's hard to be a student right now. There's a lot of pressure, and in our district, you look at our academic excellence. A lot of pressure to have good grades, be university bound. GPA does matter, but you learn a lot in the passing periods, the lunch times, the end of school, after school. So how we work and help support kids and our parents, and also our employees be at our best, the training that's involved. But these are just some of the ways in which we try to reach out, we engage, and we're going to evaluate and continue to get better. And it gives us a process as we look at that as we talk about educational equity within Douglas County. It really does go back to what does our data say? We wanted to pull a little bit of our ready data at the end of the year. And it's preliminary data. We need to break it down more, disaggregate, look at it. That's going to be our work within this fall. Really break it down and say, what does it tell us and what are we doing? What in more professional development, training, resources do we need? What's working well? I think that's the key. Our number one priority is to hire and retain the best teachers we can have. Build the training for them to get better, and that focus. Teachers make the difference in the learning and the connection, and all of our staff play a role. And I think that's a key piece that I just want to make sure I reiterate as we go through. I'm going to ask Matt Reynolds to come up and really take a look and share a little bit of our data from this past year, our COVID year.
Mr. Wise, if I
Yep,
could,
please.
if we could break this up into some smaller parts. So you covered a lot of topics
Yep.
in a quick amount of time. So we've talked about educational equity and excellence, and we've also talked about parent engagement. So I just want to pause for a second and ask board directors if you have any questions regarding some of the things that Superintendent Wise has just shared. Any questions or need for clarity or on those two topics? Director Graziano, go ahead.
Just to kind of tie into the people we acknowledged earlier who are part of our committees. Another thing to note about those committees, again, even if you don't want to be a member, I feel it's important to note you can attend those meetings as well. So you can offer comment during any of those meetings. So again, if you don't want to join those different committees, they're always available and open to the public as well. So I would again encourage those who are so interested to take advantage of that.
Great. Thanks, Director Graziano. Other things? Director Lung and then Director Meek.
So I think last year in January, we talked about having some sort of parent resolution process. And so I just want to follow up on this, and hopefully we will have something in the next school years that can formalize a process. Because in the past board meetings, I hear a lot of parents concern, and many of those could be addressed in the school level regarding to something that's being taught, and they can easily talk to the principal. So I'm not quite sure that they are aware of there's a particular process to go through, because a lot of those topics, the board would love to hear from them, I would love to hear from them, but many of those substantial issues or curriculum-related issues could be easily addressed, by the principal. So I would like to see the parent resolution process moving forward in the parent engagement, process, or at least, more widely publicized, so they know board is not the only revenues that they could voice, their concern about their school level issues.
Mr. Weiss, go ahead.
Absolutely. Great point. We have policy GE and AC-R, which we work through those process of not only engagement, also if there are concerns or complaints. Some general complaints to more of the compliance Title IX type of complaints. We have those processes. We've been updating those processes, you said, and as we went through last year, we move forward to next year, we plan to also not only update, but formalize the next steps. We are in the process, we hire posting, we'll be interviewing for our Executive Director of Civic and Public Engagement, which I think can also help to orchestrate and not only be involved in the engagement process, reach out, involve, facilitate, but also help to channel those systems also. It's a great point.
Very good. All right, Director Meek, go ahead.
I always like looking at parent engagement opportunities, and I guess my big question is, this has been one of the most complicated years ever, and how do we get a pulse of what parent university opportunities that parents are looking for? How do we get that kind of feedback, or do we solicit that?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, our parent university attendance and feedback was up this year. So when we look at that need going into a COVID year and the stressors, we looked at the number of sessions offered, and involvement was up. So I think we're going to build off of that. We're actually analyzing that data as we speak. We'll be coming back with what does it tell us and what do we want to add more. I think as we engage more, we need to ask what else is needed, what are next steps. But I will say preliminary data on that is the number of parents involved in these sessions and driving that was up, and the feedback from them allowed us to create more opportunities.
Director Meek?
So just a quick follow-up. With the DAC meetings, Mr. Reynolds, a lot of our sessions at the end with open conversations were tracked this year with the technology, which was really a nice feature for having those online. And I just wonder if maybe there are some great ideas in some of the feedback sessions that we had throughout the year that might be considered.
Very good. Director Lung?
So on slide 5, you mentioned about curriculum's alignment. So could you explain to the public, what kind of process that they could be involved in terms of curriculums that the district is choosing? Or maybe you can explain to the public that how do we choose our curriculums, and what kind of input do we have, and does the public have on this matter? Is it school level based decisions, or is it central level decisions that would push it to all 70 district school? So I think they will add a little bit clarity on how we come up with the textbook or the syllabus or things like that.
Yep. So I'm going to have Matt also join me on this piece. When you look at our courses and grade levels, all of our curriculum is driven by the Colorado Academic Standards. Within that, you see the process, we map that out. When you look at the number of standards, you try to go to also to say, what's our priority standards? What's our readiness levels? So you look at the readiness levels at grade level and also the grades above and beyond. That way you can give an impact of intervention and also advancement. We want to reach all students. One of the things we talked about in that curricular alignment is not only with all of our schools, but also going back to what are our topics. There will be times where we're calling out more controversial topics. That will happen in U.S. history, English. As we talk about that piece, that's been a natural part of education since before I was in school and will be well beyond after that. The topics within there that we go through, along with the curricular content academic standards, is what we try to put in our syllabi. So each teacher has a syllabus, and that process and then home to students and also to parents to sign off on. One of the things we also want to go back to, though, is using our curriculum councils. Using those teachers to say, where are we all similar? What can we call out? And can we make it more visible, the process where you can opt out? There are alternative assignments to that. So that's within students and parents. And taking a step back, similar to what we've done right now, taking a step back to say, where are we? What are we doing well? And with a large organization, lots of people, and changes in people, what else we want to make assurances that we're doing well? So I think on that side, when we go back to a syllabus, to be able to be sure this is what we're calling out. And then to be proactive also within our teachers to parents and students to say, hey, coming up, here will be a topic. Sociology is a class in a textbook that is stirring up a lot of questions. Sociology is an elective course. You don't have to take it. Anybody can choose a different course. So when we look at what's required to what's not, it's a junior or senior level course, and it is an optional course. So when you look in that piece, sociology as a whole as a topic will have and does have as part of its content controversial topics. So I think that's a good way to call that out also. Matt?
This is Matt Reynolds, System Performance Officer.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. There's actually two processes by which textbooks and novels are approved. The majority of those are generated at a school level, and there's a process that's aligned to board policy that they have to follow. And part of that process is to engage their school community. Typically, they run those through their SACs to get them notified of the adoption being considered. They also make those resources available to their public, usually in their library, during that review process, and they post it for a set amount of time. So there's a process that's outlined in board policy, a checklist that they have to follow in order for something to become approved.
And Mr. Reynolds, I didn't hear the words Colorado academic standards, because I think what we're describing certainly are curricular resources that support those. But do you want to just kind of give a quick understanding that that's really what everything is calibrated towards, are those standards?
Yeah, absolutely. So part of that review process, I was getting more to the engagement aspect of it, but part of that process to review is when they do a review, they have to map it towards the Colorado academic standards and specifically outline how it's aligned to these standards.
Very good. All right. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Wise, and we'll move on to our next topic, which is the iReady data.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going to try this remote, just see if it works, and it does not. So I'm going to just call to have these changed. So as Superintendent Wise mentioned, this is preliminary data from the end of the year, which was administered at the beginning of May, end of April. Next slide, please. There's a few things that we're going to cover as part of this. This is a set of reports that's produced by Curriculum Associates. That's the company that does actually has created iReady. So a couple of things that we're going to look at is to look at a comparison of our current spring data to fall, look at some historical spring performance, going back to the last full year that we had a full calendar. That would have been 18-19. As you may recall, 19-20, our spring administration was interrupted as the entire state went to remote learning. So we went back to the most recent full assessment that we had, which is 18-19. We also have a comparison with national benchmarks and current national data, as well as current Colorado data for us to look at. Another thing that we're really interested in is, in addition to placement, we're also interested in growth. So I'll walk you through a 4 quadrants diagram that we use to look at our grade levels to see how we're performing. We do have some data based on student group. This is just an initial slide on that. Part of our work moving forward is to look and expand the access to some of these data reports for our school leaders. That's a project that we're ongoing in this summer and fall. And then also look at growth across placement levels, which is very important. Next slide, please. We're first looking at reading data. So we're looking at the fall of 2020 to the spring of 2021, which is a snapshot of our performance throughout this academic year. And as you can see from fall to spring, we do see an increase of the green zones. General rule of thumb is green is good in terms of these reports. The darker the green, the better. And also you can see the bottom, the red zones have decreased. We'd anticipate seeing that as the instruction goes along throughout the year, that you would have an increase of those students that are performing at grade level. So you're being compared against the same standards from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Next slide, please. We have several slides that you can look at that grade level over grade level. So you can see a snapshot. So you have the macro data that's, here's our district as a whole. Then you can see how our performance varies across different grade levels. So as Superintendent Wise mentioned before, as we look at data, you look at macro and then you look at more micro, different snapshots of data to help us inform what our work is in the future. And part of that is to look at grade level. Next slide, please. This is a relative placement compared to the 2 years of 18-19 and 2021. You can see that they have similar N sizes in terms of the number of students that participated in that particular assessment. And as this is reported based on a percentage, those two graphs are identical. Now, we've got that spread across the different zones of performance from mid to above grade level to those that are early on, the two green categories. Next slide, please. This is that same look, differentiated by grade. So again, the macro shows that we've got the similarities in terms of the percentages, but as you break it down by grade level, you do see that there are some variations with that data between 18-19 and 2021. Next slide, please. This is the same data that's got 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, which is primarily our middle school data as well. Next slide. Historical national norms are from 18-19, so that's kind of the benchmark that they use in their mathematical models. But they also gave us access to national in Colorado, and they introduced this term of in-school population. That's those students that are taking this assessment in school. They added that language just as an interesting point of the data. Next slide, please. So as you can see, you work from left to right. You've got the historical norms of 18-19, the national data for in-school for 2021, Colorado in-school for 2021, and then Douglas County on the far right. As you work from left to right with this spring, you can see that the number of students on mid to above grade level is greater in Douglas County than in the state of Colorado, the national sample in this case. That national sample is just short of 4 million in this particular data set. Next slide, please. This is a graph that shows not only performance based on placement, but also growth. The idea here is quadrant 1 represents areas where you have high performance and high growth. These are both pivoting on a median. For growth, in their growth model, every student's score is associated with a typical growth path. That represents 100, which is in the middle. So if you're above that 100, that means you're exceeding that typical growth path, regardless of whatever you're scoring. So we want to be in quadrant 1. And listed in this diagram, you can see that our grade levels are in quadrant 1. Again, as you start diving into those individual grade levels, you see that there are some variations between the scoring, which is where it gets really interesting for me to be able to dive a little bit further into that data to find out where these variations, what's causing the variations, are there specific domains within reading that vary more than others, and also start looking at regions, feeders, schools, and student populations where you start gathering some additional information to see if there are patterns to the performance. Next slide, please. This is one of those student groups. This is the first entry, which is looking at Hispanic or Latino. There's two categories. There's race and ethnicity. So here it's a yes/no question, whether or not they're Hispanic or Latino or no. That N size is really important, 4,770 for the next slide I'm going to show. So you can see that there's could you go back one slide, please? There's the district overall performance, and then you can see the differentiation based on this particular snapshot for this group of students. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of placement based on race. So a slide ago, there was that number of 4,770. In this particular slide, it's listed as not reported because those students, once they've identified a Hispanic, that becomes the driving force of the rest of the questions here in terms of how they're identified. So you've got Hispanic, Asian, Black, or African American, white, and other based on how they classify. So this is a breakdown of performance across those differentiated groups. One of the things that we have moving forward is, when working with Curriculum Associates, is being able to make the data for these student groups more available to them. That's going to be a big focus for our work, not only finishing out the summer, but in the fall. So one of the things that we have in this report, Curriculum Associates didn't send us a report for some other subgroups that we're typically interested in. Those would be your gifted and talented, English language learners, special education. There's also male-female, which is something that we're interested in. Those are all things that were not included as part of this report, but that's future work to not just include it as part of the report, but actually getting it in the hands of schools As Superintendent Wise has outlined in his priorities for next year, professional learning community is going to be a big key for our work, and providing them easy access to data is going to be key. So much of our work in the next 2 months is helping to facilitate that so they have easy access to data to have conversations about student performance. Next slide, please. This is another way of looking at growth. So you have your performance placement levels on the left, the green, the yellow, and the red. We're interested to see how students grow within each one of those different bands as you move from grade level to grade level. In an ideal situation, if you're in the red category, you're going to be well over 100% in terms of your growth to be able to catch up. You want to be able to close that gap to get students not only to grade level, but to beyond. So this is an interesting point for us to be able to look at that to see who is growing and where in terms of their grade level performance. So it's another interesting part for us to examine. Next slide, please. We're now going to turn our attention to math performance, a similar setup with the slides. This is again from fall to spring. One of the things that you may notice is the performance level for math and for reading are different. The performance level in math is lower than it is in reading. This is something that we're seeing as a nationwide trend for this year, is that differentiation in performance. Some of the vendors out there are going to be releasing reports within the next 2 months that's going to give us a more clear, accurate picture of what's happening nationwide for us to see, is what we're seeing in Douglas County anomaly, or is it something that is a nationwide pattern? Next slide, please. This is the same look, differentiated across grade levels. You can see that there's some differentiation based on where students are in different grade levels and their performance bands as we go through time. Next slide, please. This is an examination of going back to 18, 19, and 2021. One thing I do want to mention here is the N size difference. With reading, they were very similar, and here we have a little differentiation between the number of students included in 18, 19, and 2021. Part of Curriculum Associates methodology is to only include students that test within the window. Now, with the READ Act being present, it's really important for us to test exactly within that window so that we can report that data to the state. With math, because you have state testing happening the same time you have reading testing at the same time you have math, we're a little bit more flexible in terms of when students are testing. So inclusion in here is based on who is testing specifically within that window. So that's why you see the delta in the N size. Again, you see not a similarity as we saw with reading, you see a differentiation. And this is part of our exploration moving forward and future analysis is to look at, is this similar to other performance as we get other assessment data back for other tests? Next slide, please. This is the same snapshot that you can see from grade level to grade level. Again, you see some differentiation based on performance from 18-19 to 2021 based on grade level performance and placement distributions. Next slide, please. And that's our middle school snapshot showing the same information for grades 6th, 7th, and 8th. This particular view has 6th graders clumped together as one group. That's another interesting data point for us to dive into further. It's students that are in 6th grade at a comprehensive K-8 versus an elementary versus a middle school. That's part of our additional analysis that we do with this data. Next slide, please. This is, again, a picture of the national historical norms, the springtime national, the Colorado springtime scores, and then ours. You can see a similar pattern to what we saw in reading, where the Douglas County students have more percentage, I guess, in mid and above grade level. Next slide, please. This is that same pocket of growth versus performance on a 2-axis plot here with growth versus achievement. Again, you have some differentiation based on grade level. We have 2 grade levels that are flirting and are in 4, the quadrant 4, which is high performance, lower growth. So that's a future investigation for us, is to look at those specific grade levels and see if this is a similar performance as we've seen this chart over time. Next slide, please. This is a student subgroup. Again, this first slide is about district overall performance and Hispanic versus not Hispanic. And the next slide, again, it's the same number of students reported, 4774, and that not reported side But you can see this is a breakdown of overall district performance and also these placements by race. Next slide, please. This is the last slide on the growth based on placement. Again, in the red categories, we want to exceed 100% so that we're closing that gap. The higher that percentage is, the happier that I am, because that means we're moving closer and closer to getting students to perform at grade level. Historically speaking, our students have had really good growth in Douglas County, and that's paraphrasing exactly what Curriculum Associates has mentioned. And so we do pay attention to each one of these different bands to see where our growth is the greatest, because that's one of the things that informs our work for the coming year. I believe that's it. Can you check for me if that's the last slide? Yeah, I believe that's it. With that, I'm going to take a breath and give you guys an opportunity, I guess, to ask some questions if you have any.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Can you talk a little bit about the benefit of disaggregating data? Because certainly I think this is a perfect visual. When we talk about educational equity, this is a perfect visual of what we do to ensure that educational equity is indeed a focus of ours. But can you talk a little bit about what is the benefit of disaggregating data into these subgroups that you presented for us tonight?
Absolutely. We do look at overall district performance. Something like iReady is really not a summative assessment. It's more about instruction. So as you look at overall performance, it's something to be of interest, but it raises more questions. So the more disaggregated you get with your data, the more apt you're able to address individual needs. As Superintendent Wise just mentioned, is we're constantly looking at opportunities to address the individual student. And the way that you do that is you start disaggregating the data. Some of these disaggregated groups are things that we're required to disaggregate, either based on federal or state law. Our school performance framework and our district performance framework identifies what subgroups we're supposed to disaggregate for us to investigate and look for trends. But when you start diving down and getting further and further down this disaggregation, you start identifying unique trends with student performance. With the ideal goal is addressing those so that you're able to address these different needs of students so that we can have these students perform on or above grade level. And that's critical for us in Douglas County, is not just on grade level, but it's also above grade level. We want to keep pushing those kids into different groups. So the disaggregation gets us to that initial questioning about what are our next steps. It's now that we have the data, so now what's our next step? And that disaggregation opens the door for us to start having conversations about what we can do to help students perform on or above grade level.
Very good, thank you. Directors of the questions, Director Lung?
So education equity is very, very important. We want to make sure that people have a fair chance to be able to be successful. So I only see the breakdown of the Hispanic or some of the racial groups. So how about special ed groups, reduced and free lunch groups, ESL student? Because the education equity policy is also make sure that those subgroups will be able to get adequate resources to be able to successful. So are we going to get some of the breakdown on this later? So then my question number one. The second one is, so in a nutshell, by looking at your comparison of 18 and 19 and 20 and 21, do we have significant jobs in terms of academic achievement at DCSD, or is basically more or less the same?
All right, I'm going to try to do those in order. So the first question is the demographic breakdown of different student groups. That's information that we're going to continue to work on to get that out. Curriculum Associates, when they created their report, they gave us overall performance against grade level, and for these specific demographic groups. They did not provide the other different groups that you've just mentioned. That's information that we can certainly generate internally. And that's something that we will generate internally as we investigate further into this data. Your other question, it was in regards to...
So by your wonderful graph and comparison and the data point, so you show comparison with 2 years ago. So do we, under the pandemics, have a significant jobs of our performance in terms of academic measurement that you show, or we are pretty much, basically the same in terms of academic achievement based on what the data that you got?
Got it. Okay, now I remember. So this one gives us, it's really one data point. And so this is one way for us to be able to look at the data. We have additional data that's coming out. We have CMAS, which was just administered. We have AP testing, which is coming out, PSAT, SAT. Once we start getting back some of those other data sets, then we can draw better conclusions about what we're seeing. For this particular measure, it does appear that our reading was not as impacted as math. That's what it does appear. So it does look like for math, we're really interested to see if this holds true with our other metrics that come through. We're also interested to seeing what's the nationwide sample to see if there is other things within the data, not just in Douglas County, but across the country that would indicate that there's maybe some additional things going on with math, because math seems to be more of a direct instruction than it does reading. But it's more of an interesting question for right now, but we're waiting to see more data to see if we can draw a more concise conclusion.
So there's no conclusion yet, basically.
Not just based on one test score.
Very good. Director Tantra Shore.
Comment first. Couldn't be more excited to see that we're collecting data and looking at trends and then reviewing the data and talking about the why and the what and the how. So one of my other question, which I know you can't answer today, but would like the information as we go down the road, is how does our data look by feeder? And how does our data look by curriculum implementation? So is there a wide range of difference in particular curriculums? In math, how many schools do what curriculum and how well do they do? And is there a standout one way or the other for reading and or math? So I know that that's not for today, but I'd really be interested in how that looks in your planning for the future.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to our new executive directors of schools for two particular regions to bring them on board on this conversation regarding performance. We do disaggregate that data by region, by feeder, and that's something that we supply the executive directors of schools so that they can have conversations with their school leaders.
And I know that this data, I mean, we're measured across the state with kids who do and don't have the same advantages that maybe our kids do or don't have. So it will be interesting to see how we are looking at our trends and what kinds of next steps we're actually taking. Our data, as you just showed us, you know, according to state data, it doesn't look terrible. And if we look at our data and say 45% are in the green and proficient, that tells us that 60% or 50-something% are not. So of course that is a huge point of, yeah, by state standards, that looks pretty good, but by Douglas County standards, what's our next step?
It does appear that we have some work to do.
Very good. All right, Director Holtzman?
Thank you for all of this information. I think it's really helpful. A couple of things. Obviously, we always have work to do, and that's why we're here working for our students. But I also did want to just kind of pause on a couple of the slides when we're comparing the 18-19 to current. And I think that we need to take a minute and, you know, be grateful for the work that our educators have put in and the resilience of our students and our families. Because when I look at those slides, I feel like that is pretty good news that maybe we weren't exactly expecting. And I don't know if you have any comments on that or thoughts about the comparison between 18-19 and now, so.
Well, I really think it's kind of how you started, really a thank you to our students, our parents, and our staff. Not really seen in here, you know, whenever I show data, there are students that are behind that data point. So every metric that you see, there's an individual student there. And to see that level of performance in the midst of a pandemic, when you look at the different learning modalities that they've experienced this year, and how highly impacted some of our families were during this pandemic, it's really a credit to our staff. I mean, they've done an incredible job in our schools. Our students, the resiliency that they've shown has been incredible. And our parents have been incredibly resilient during this year because we've had different situations this year. So it's really a credit to that level of work that's not often shown in data points here. So it's really a thank you to our system.
Director Meek?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Director Holtzman. That's the slide that really caught my attention. the comparison when you can see where we are now compared to 2 years ago, and then comparing across the nation, and then comparing across Colorado. I'm curious, are you able to even break it out to where you can see how we compare across districts? Do you have that ability using this data?
For this particular assessment, it's really based on contracts that Curriculum Associates has. I may not be able to access other data sources from other districts. I might explore the space a little bit and just ask if people are willing to share. But it's not something that they're willing to share in terms of just what other districts do. I was happy that they included the Colorado sample as a starting point, but I'm also curious. We ask questions too to say, if we see similar patterns of performance, what are other districts doing in terms of curriculum instruction and assessment? So we're always curious.
Yeah, I love your answer. So that's what I was hoping to hear, because, you know, it's really nice to see that we're doing better than the Colorado average or the national average. But as you disaggregate and you see there are pockets where we might want to investigate more, it's nice to hear that we can work with other districts who are probably tackling similar challenges. And I just think the more we work together, we can figure out how to best serve our kids. So thank you.
Very good. Final question on this topic, Dr. Chancha Shore.
E-learners, are they included in this data?
They are.
Very good. Well, Mr. Reynolds, you can see there's equal appetite on the dais to continue to dig more, to hear more about those other subgroups that we haven't heard from tonight, and to continue to look for patterns and, of course, solutions for how we're going to make sure that all kids are successful. So thank you for whetting our appetite, and we'll look forward to some continued work in these areas.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiss, back to you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mr. Reynolds. I also want to invite in a guest that we invited to show a little bit of the next steps. You know, as we talk about data, as I said earlier, Matt said it well. Data represents every single student in our district. Every single student. It is encouraging to see in a tough year that our data represents, right now in reading, some great work, some stability in where kids were and where they also are now. We see in math that maybe at times in those transitions, maybe not having as much time with direct instruction, that we need to evaluate that a little bit better. Then I'm also going to say with each and every student, we need to say, how do we raise the bar? How do we provide the best education? How do we help each person? That's our drive. Each and every student, all students. That's been the work. It'll continue the work. And we're going to drive it even more so. As you said, how do we get better with our data? How do we work with our professional learning communities and allow our teachers to look at the data, share information, work together? How we as a district can orchestrate and coordinate, how we can engage with our families and ask each of our families, where is your student? What do they need? So I think in those things, that's what I'm most excited about moving forward. When you look at those big rocks and you look at a focus of work and you look at tying that into what's most important with literacy, but literacy with each and every student. You know, I was a social studies teacher, but I taught students. And you teach students within how they're going to be successful at grade level, advance that and be ready for that post high school experience. So that's kind of sets the stage of where are we going in the fall. And I appreciate Dr. Douglas being here. I'm going to jump quickly in a little bit of the slide. So if we can also go back to the slide deck. We should be on slide 35, please.
And just so those of you that don't know, Dr. Douglas is the Executive Director for Tri-County Health Department.
Yep.
And good evening, Dr. Douglas. Nice to see you again. And I know Corey will be inserting you at appropriate times for this presentation.
Yep. So, you know, last year, 2020, 2021, we were in an emergency crisis, a pandemic. We are now in a different spot. We're rebounding. We're taking a look at a start moving forward in August. And as we start to share, where's our desired state? I also want to make it clear in all the questions. It's a partnership. It's a common desired state with a lot of questions because there's not an exact science. There's not an exact process. Even in public health orders, there's not an exactness in each public health order and when they get updated and changed. And so when we take a look at where we're recovering, we're continuing to partner and advocate with Tri-County Health, to Tri-County Health, to CDPHE. I'll also say, I want you to know, with Dr. Douglas being here tonight, they're working hard to advocate on what we as superintendents in the districts that they serve want to provide for our students. But there's also opportunities to where how can we influence up and how can we do that? So we want to say, what are our numbers in Douglas County? What can we do to work with CDPHE, the governor, even with our senators at a federal level to say, where are we going into as we enter into August? And as we take a look at this, we always want you to know that we take everything into account, but we have a strong plan moving forward, and we'll continue to adjust. We had a public health order change June 1st. We expect, and that expires in a month. So July 1, there's a chance that it'll go away or they'll extend it and have a new public health order. Then we also expect that August 1st within that work. And that's part of why I asked Dr. Douglas to be a part of this. If you go to the next slide, quickly, I just want to go back over, take a look at last year. It did have an impact. This is just what's reported that we know. But we had 440 staff test positive. We had 2,191 students test positive that we know. But then you look at the impact of quarantines. And we talked about this and worked and advocated on the impact of those transitions reporting out. But staff, we had 2,693 staff that were quarantined. And occurrences means they could have been quarantined more than one time. When you look at students, 27,843 students, but many of them were quarantined more than one time. As we look at that academic impact, but also the great work that happened, that everyone stepped up, but also that mental health, you know, the impact of transitions, and also the impact on families. How do we make sure that we are at home for our students that need to be overtime? What does that look like? It does have an impact. Hence, as we started to advocate of how we want to come back in the desired state, I'm excited to take a look. As we go to the next slide, you know, we're going to continue to look at ways. We want to encourage vaccinations. This is as of today. Douglas County residents. Douglas County residents are at 68.3% at least receiving one vaccination or more. That's fantastic. 16 to 17-year-olds, 60.28%. And then the shortest amount of time for our 12 to 15-year-olds, 42.34. That all factors in. There could be variables that say if we have a percentage piece over a certain amount, if there are public health orders, maybe you don't have to have things, even with public health orders. But we're going to find out in July where we are next. And while we can't predict the future, we can also, I want you to know that the state may lift the public health order in July or August. And Dr. Douglas is going to speak a little bit about our planning for August, the reasonableness of it, those things that can come into play, and also where we might be with the public health order and where the Denver metro area partnership for health is making recommendations and guidance. So Dr. Douglas, if I can invite you in, I'm sorry to keep you waiting a little bit, it was a little bit longer, but thank you for being here. And you know, as we talked about, within our work together and what you and I have shared of what we're planning, what we're working for, where do you see that? And then also if you can talk a little more about specifically about the public health order, what that means and what possibly could be.
Yeah, thank you very much, Superintendent Wise. Very nice to be with the board. You guys were the first board to invite me to join you last summer, so I have a special place in my heart for being able to talk to you. And by the way, I really enjoyed the data from Matt Gray. I learned a lot of ideas about how we might do our data, so that was a really great presentation. So let me begin by saying what I think you probably all know. The current situation regarding where COVID is the best it's been really since the pandemic has started. Cases are down, hospitalizations are down, death rates are down. It's largely due to vaccination. Superintendent Wise gave you the Douglas County stats. They're fantastic. We're not quite at the somewhat arbitrary goal of 70% of eligible people vaccinated by July 4th, although I actually think the county will make it. President Biden today revised the national goal because it didn't look like we were going to make it. And I think Douglas County is not only in the top rung of Colorado counties, but frankly, in the top rung nationally as well. So that bodes incredibly favorably for both health as well as safe reopening of schools. As Superintendent Wise said, there is currently a state public health order regarding how cases of COVID should be dealt with in schools that include things like quarantine requirements, isolation requirements, and school closure requirements. We have been under the impression that the state was going to continue having some sort of school requirement embedded in public health order. But over the last 3 weeks, we've gotten signals, and I think signals is probably the right word because I can't take them to the bank, that we may not enter the back to school time in August with a public health order in place. Rather, the state may choose to pivot to producing guidance, meaning here's some good ideas, but you should determine what's most appropriate within your local context. They often make those sort of determinations in consultation and conversation with your local public health department. I don't know if that's how that one will be worded or not. As Superintendent Wise said, the current order ends on June 30th. State orders typically are only extended for short periods of time. So I don't know if that's a signal that it's going to be gone on July 1st or if there's going to be another month. We communicated this morning with Ann House, who's legal counsel for CDPHE, to see if we could get a read. And the answer is leaning toward ending the public health order, not yet decided. One thing I will acknowledge is the governor has played a pretty active role in response to the pandemic, and exactly how he's going to weigh in on the school public health order is a little hard for me to predict at this point, but my sense is that it's probably moving in the direction, as Corey said, of becoming guidance rather than a public health order. Now, Corey referred to the Metro Denver Partnership for Health. What that refers to is the health departments in the metro area, Tri-County, Denver, Jeffco, Boulder, Broomfield. We've done a lot of work together over the COVID pandemic, trying to come up with common strategies. And we've also come up in several occasions with common guidance. We developed guidance for school opening last June. It's literally almost a year to the day when we released this. These were not requirements, but these were what we thought was the state of the art after 3 months of the pandemic in terms of how schools could reopen safely. We have updated that guidance a couple of times through the year, and depending on what the state does, sometimes the state moves a little less rapidly than we would like. We're planning to update that guidance. And what we would intend to do is to offer not requirements, but best ideas for how to ideally most safely run a school in the emerging environment. I am guessing we will not have vaccination for under 12 people by August. I hope it'll be shortly thereafter, but hard to predict. But I certainly am interested in optimizing everything we can do for vaccination of school-age kids between now and in the beginning of school. We're quite eager to work with our schools on messaging over the summer. I mean, 42% for 12 to 15 is fantastic, but I'm aspirational. I'd like to see that and the 16 to 17 get up to 70+% if we could by the beginning of the school year. I will say that the guidance that we will issue will probably make reference to some of the strategies that I think really have been successful. The numbers that Corey pulled together regarding amount of quarantine, I haven't seen those aggregated like that. It's obviously staggering, tens of thousands of quarantines. And with an extraordinarily low transmission rate, clearly that's something that needs to be right-sized and right-fitted. Although I will note that the low transmission rate that many school districts were able to sustain was due to a matrix of different strategies. And it's a little hard, especially in the under 12 unvaccinated group, to peel it back and figure out which ones made the most sense and which ones made less sense. I do think that all things being equal, the use of masks in indoor settings among unvaccinated people probably still makes sense. I do think that when one can achieve a small amount of distancing, we gave up on 6 feet a long time ago, not realistic and probably not needed. 3 feet's probably sufficient, probably makes sense. I think probably the king of the realm, even maybe more important than masking, is good ventilation. I know that Douglas County is focused on how to optimize ventilation. I think that's hugely important. And of course, staying home when you're sick. And I still believe, although I have lots of questions about the use of quarantine, I do think that staying home when you have been diagnosed with COVID probably makes sense. And I'm listing all those things out because I think there are things that we're likely to offer forth to the schools. Again, not as requirements, but as good ideas that we think could be helpful in, potentially keeping the circumstances as safe as possible. I will note a couple of caveats. Apart from caveat number one is I can't predict what the state and the governor is going to do. Caveat number two is I can't predict what the variants are going to do. When we were dealing with the Alpha variant, which is the one from the UK a month and a half ago, we kept saying, well, it could get worse. We hope not, but we want to get as many people vaccinated as possible. But, it could get worse, and now it has gotten worse. And the Delta variant is about 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant. Delta is the one that originated in India, and Alpha originated in the UK. And the Alpha in and of itself was about 60% more transmissible than what we experienced in November, December, January. So we have a much more rapidly transmissible and therefore rapidly spreading variant. Colorado has now got an estimated 40% of our cases due to Delta. We're number 2 in the country, sadly enough, in terms of Delta. And Mesa County, as you may be aware, has really gotten knocked off its feet with the emergence of Delta. 90% of cases, hospitals getting overcrowded again, and nursing home outbreaks. So although their vaccination rates, let me underline in bold font, are not nearly as good as Douglas County, but this can be a serious concern. So I do feel like that moving into the fall, I feel comfortable that we are very unlikely to need public health orders. I've never been a fan of much of what the state promulgated. I thought it probably reached too far, and I thought the balance of balancing COVID prevention with education, with mental health was never sufficiently right-sized. And I'm a fan of trying to right-size those things as much as possible. I do want to acknowledge, however, that, when we move into a thankfully less restricted universe, we're just going to have to kind of be aware of what happens. If we get a Delta on steroids kind of variant, there may be situations where quarantine, which is not something we made up during COVID, it dates back to the 13th century in Venice, may be a tool that would need to be introduced. I don't see that happening, but I just want to be honest and say that the future is somewhat unpredictable. I want to try to do it as unrestrictedly as possible. And as Superintendent Wise said, we really believe partnering with schools and not, being dictatorial, but being collaborative is the best way forward. And I very much look forward to sort of maintaining that posture as we move forward.
And
so, sorry.
And before questions, I just want to elaborate. When we look at where we are and where we're predicting out, the idea of guidance, helping in practice, looking at thresholds, we can control a lot of what is uncontrollable. You look at our percentages. As Douglas County as a whole at 68%, I think very soon within the next few days, very well could be over 70%. When you look at our students, when your average, and 12 to 15-year-olds are the most recent, but when you look at our 12 to 17-year-olds, probably being at about 51% and still growing. If we get to that threshold of, say, 70%, what control do we have as Douglas County schools? What control do we have as Douglas County as a county, local base? So I think in those things of where do we have? There's been questions about mandatory or required. I'm encouraging, I'm asking, I'm pointing out data. What can we control? If we want to ensure more than likely what we can do, let's combine together and see what we can commit to. At the same time, I also want you to know the advocacy. Those who are reaching out, I encourage you to reach out to CDPHE. I encourage you to reach out to the governor. Even at times to our senators for the federal mandates. We look at transportation, impact with transportation. That's a federal piece coming down to the state, coming down to Tri-County and Douglas County. I hear you. But I also want to say, where can we collectively have that impact and where can we advocate? And I'd like to see that working with CDPHE to understand, listening to Dr. Douglas, who also, as you can hear, is very similar in mindset to what we're putting out there as a desired state. There's not going to be exact, but how we work together, how we plan together, how we work with other districts, with our Denver metro area, with our community in our local base, you hear a lot of commonalities, and I just want to call that out. But but I'd also encourage to say, let's advocate in the right spots to see what else we can make a difference in, setting flexible guidelines, setting plans of how do we adapt in the future? What if we were here? And that's what if we get to our threshold, vaccination threshold? What happens if there's different variants that we weren't expecting? We can adjust. But I think in each of those, we can paint a good plan together, and we can control a lot more that is not exact and be a part of that. So Dr. Douglas, anything last piece you want to add, and then we'll open up to questions to the board?
No, I think that you summarized it very well. I will, because Superintendent Wise alluded to vaccine thresholds. The Metro Denver Partnership did recommend to the state about 6 weeks ago that if you're going to continue public health orders, you ought to link requirements for quarantine or school closure and things like that to vaccination levels. And I think that if we do end up with an order, I expect that's likely to be the case. Nobody knows what the magic level would be, although I think Douglas County is likely to be at that, whatever level a reasonable group would decide. I am not thinking that's probably going to come to pass, because I'm thinking, again, there probably won't be an order, but I do want to make at least reference to what the Superintendent Wise referred to. So I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any, but I very much appreciate being invited to join you tonight.
Very good. Again, thank you, Dr. Douglas. We always appreciate your time as well. Directors, any quick questions for Dr. Douglas in terms of his overview so far? Director Lung?
Hi, Dr. Douglas. I just want to thank you very much for you come over and again to our board meetings. You don't have to, but you choose to, and your explanations is right on. I personally feel grateful about that. So I do have a couple questions. So I think it's very important for you to clarify, because I heard people saying that, well, your department, the Tri-County, is only, or the governor's public health is only issuing guideline and guidance. But could you let the public know that a guideline and guidance from you is actually an order that the school board has to follow? We cannot just pass a resolutions and say that we opt out, from your guidance or guideline, and then that's it. I just want to make sure that, what exactly is a guideline and guidance from the health departments? That's my question, number one.
Well, good distinction, because honestly, the state calls what it's been issuing guidance, even though read between the lines, it's required. What I mean, honestly, really is guidance. And what I would expect a board to do is to consider what we've suggested, but it is offered forth as what we think are good ideas to be considered, but to be contextualized within your situation. And we would not expect a department to just lie down and say, fine, we'll do whatever you ask. We would expect the department to consider what we recommended, but it would not be required. And if you guys came back and said, well, we appreciate what you've asked, but what we'd like to do is slightly different, and we think that we can run our schools safely and effectively by doing it, we're very willing to listen to that kind of thing. Because again, it is trying to give you our best thinking, realizing that your board and your administrators and teachers are, understand the context better than we do. So I hope that maybe helps a little bit.
And that's as a continuing moving forward. So I think one of the things that you hear is current public order is different than it was. It has loosened, it's changed. But where we are predicting where it'll go in the future, we'll get to the point where we have state and local guidance, which then allows us to continue to set our plan moving forward in that partnership. So it has that public law or requirement has changed over this course of this year, even into the summer, and we expect it to be updated hopefully July 1st, August 1st, or lifted then partnership with guidance and setting our plans moving forward. Correct, Dr. Douglas? Is that a good way to
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I'm sorry I wasn't sufficiently clear, because I know it is a big distinction between a requirement and good ideas offered forth as guidance.
Director Holtzman, go ahead.
Yeah, and so hopefully to clarify more and not to confuse. So the current Colorado Public Health Order, which you don't issue. That's something the state issues. That is the one that is an actual requirement. It is like law. And so the current one that we're hoping, well, we know will expire at the end of this month. And we hope that maybe there won't even be one. But we hope that if there is, that there'll be some significant modifications. And I know that Superintendent Wise and you and all of us are advocating to the state because those are the people that make that actual law. And so, for instance, something that you could ask them about or express your opinion about, in that current order, if I'm not mistaken, it says that face coverings are required for certain individuals age 12 and older in the following settings. And then it lists out unvaccinated or not fully vaccinated students, staff, and visitors to preschool through grade 12. So they have a law that applies specifically to schools. And at this moment in time, it's the law that as a school board member, I can't change, Dr. Douglas can't change, Superintendent Wise can't change. Please tell me if I'm wrong about that, but that is the public health order that people need to target if like me, you are concerned about it.
Yeah, no, I think that was well stated. A public health order does have the force of law. And again, it does emanate from the state. And we don't have a choice about it. And you don't have a choice about it. And Superintendent Wise doesn't have a choice about it. I mean, we have tried to be where there are areas a little gray in the law to try to work directly with schools to achieve what we thought was a reasonable outcome. But as a general rule, you're absolutely right. Through the end of June, that law or that order with force of law does exist. And I suspect we'll find out in the next 7 days, because sometimes they take it down to the wire, whether that's going to be continued, modified, or allowed to expire.
Thank you.
Other questions, directors? All right. So just to clarify, I mean, and I think, Dr. Douglas, again, we're anticipating a kinder time where there is more collaboration, less restrictions, less edicts, and really that's what we're anticipating as we look into the fall. And I think it's important for our public to understand that as well, is that there is a major shift. When we first started in this pandemic, we were terrified, and we definitely put in restrictions to respond to that, to make sure we were doing everything we could to keep our kids safe. We've learned a lot since then, and I think we found a really good formula. You know, that we know that we begin with the public health orders, and then we monitor our health risk data to see what is our positivity rates, what is our incidence. We collaborate with Dr. Douglas. We work with our own district medical professionals. We collaborate with our administration, and then we offer opportunities and choices for our parents and our students. And I think that that's what we're really getting at tonight, if I'm correct, Mr. Wise, is that we're really not necessarily saying, okay, here's our plan, board approve it. We're saying, here's our decision-making process. We don't need to necessarily approve anything. It's simply we need to make sure we're aware that these are the things that we're going to pay attention to. This is the work that we will do. And because of that, we'll continue to make best decisions for students as they come back to school in fall. So I just want to summarize a little bit about where we've been, where we are now, and where we're headed, so everyone understands that all of us, Dr. Douglas, everyone wants our kids to be in a normal environment, a least restrictive environment as possible. But it takes all of us to work together on whether it's the data, whether it's the mitigation strategies, whether, like Dr. Douglas said, whether there's a spike all of a sudden that we have to respond quickly to. We all just need to have that ability to flex according to the needs of our students in terms of ensuring that they're safe in the environment. So, am I capturing that?
I would agree with that. I'd add one other part. We've also worked together on advocacy. Advocating up who are the right groups and people to reach out to. And, I'll say this, we've done that as a collective of superintendents. We've done that with Tri-County and the Denver metro area. And then we also want to continue to do that with CDPHE and the governor moving forward. We do know coming up on July 1. We do know coming up August 1. We want to advocate depending on where we are. And that allows us to continue to work together, plan together, and set a more predictable, stable process, because you see the gray. And we've been trying to work on what that gray is, but it's challenging. So I think the more we can advocate up, we look at where we're going to with our great data, continue to control what we can control. And I think that's where we can hopefully make a continued difference.
Very good. Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you're expanding on the advocacy piece, because I think that is really important. And if the public health order doesn't expire, I do feel like we need to be advocating. And I think every time we have this conversation, I talk about how do we collaborate with public health? How are we advocating? I think we need data, though. And I feel like we have collected so much data this past year. It's sickening how much data we have collected this past year. But I think being able to say, X number of students were quarantined, and of that, X percent, became sick. I mean, we need that data in order to then push for changes and to advocate. And so I'd like to see us compile those key talking points that we can use individually, collectively, as a region. And I think we will be more effective and powerful if we do that.
Very good. Director Lund?
Again, thank you very much, for clarifying, the guidance from the public health is actually a requirement in the effects of law that the board has to follow, in the past. And I'm so glad to hear that there could be some flexibility from now on. But as Superintendent Wise mentioned, that there's a, July 1st, August 1st, things keep on changing. And we happy to give, the Superintendent Wise the flexibility to carry on, his great work to make sure that he can do a timely response on what is the new environment is going to be or new rules going to be. I do have second questions related to the mental health. And so far during the pandemics, how does that, I don't know whether you have data, how does it affecting, our county? And what kind of things we as a board could help in that area?
Sure.
For our students?
Well, we have been, I'll take a shot, and Superintendent Wise may add something as well, but we've been tracking on data related to a variety of different mental health issues. And there's no question this has been an incredibly tough year, for everybody, but I think for kids in particular. I'm sure aware that Children's Hospital declared a couple of weeks ago that we really were seeing a mental health crisis among students. The parameters look like the following. Various measures of emergency room visits, particularly suicide attempts, have gone up. Visits for what are called sort of post-disaster anxiety disorders have gone up as well. And in fact, there's been a bigger spike in the springtime in emergency room visits, and this is statewide, regionally, and we're seeing this in Douglas County as well, than there were previously. And we've been scratching our heads as to whether or not this is accumulated stress after, by the springtime we were talking the kids having been through a year of the pandemic, or whether this was, people who've hated the quarantines have pointed to those and said, surely those are playing a role. And I can't tell you that they weren't playing a role. Whether it was the, mounting national tragedy, now 600,000 that was doing it. So we were seeing those things changing. We have not seen, I'm very happy to say, increases in fatal outcomes, suicide, successful suicides, or drug overdoses. But other measures captured by other people about crisis hotline calls or visits to mental health centers have also shown increases, particularly related to anxiety and depression. So I'm quite convinced that this past year has taken what was really honestly pre-COVID, a somewhat challenging situation. We've been attentive to mental health for a long time, and I do think it has made it more stressful, more challenging. I am hopeful that getting back to more normal circumstances will provide a lot of healing, but I think all of us need to be intentional about what our kids are going through, whether it's ramping up services. I know a lot of our behavioral health providers are trying to do that, ramping up mental health resources in schools. I think these are all things that make sense at this point in time as we try to get back to a better situation.
Very good. Director Chandrashore, final question under this topic.
Yeah, I'd just like to wrap a few things up with an understanding that there are so many questions, and we have had Dr. Douglas. We've asked you I don't know how many times to come and talk to us, and it's confusing. And then to advocate really with Corey with communication and talking points for our schools, for our principals, for our teachers. So if our parents have questions, the first place they go is to ask our teachers and to ask our principals what's going on and why. And then to have those common understandings, because our principals and our teachers aren't necessarily spending 5 hours, 6 hours listening to all of these answers, but they need to have them. So I'd really like to advocate that all of these talking points are important in communication, and somehow we have a way to get more communication to our community, because this is not the only place that we need to have this information distributed.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrashore. Mr. Weiss, final thoughts. And again, Dr. Douglas, we can't thank you enough for all your work. We feel like you're one of us because you're always there for us and support us and give us really critical, valuable information. So thank you again for spending tonight with us. Mr. Weiss, other thoughts?
Dr. Douglas, thank you for being here tonight, spending your time. I want to state again, when you start to set a plan moving forward, you start to say a plan is a great process and it's adaptable. But I also think you see the plan makes sense. And I think it's in good accordance of where we're going. We look at what we think is going to come ahead. We provide more talking points and data, not only for the community, but we are sending that off to CDHE and the governor. I encourage all of us to reach out to CDPHE and the governor and influence going into July 1. And then see where we are after July 1 and what else we can do to influence. So we'll continue to coordinate that data. We've done it with ourselves and other school districts. We've provided it to Tri-County and CDPH and other places, but we will work harder and better to get that even further now.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. And again, we certainly support this process and certainly support you in moving forward with the things that you are thinking about, the work you're doing with Tri-County Health. So carry on. We'll look forward to hopefully a normal fall school year. Thank you again, Dr. Douglas.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda, Board Directors, is public comment. There's 2 policies that guide how public comment is received by the board. Board Policy KE, which is public complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, which is public participation at board meetings. Policy BEDH states that comments be focused on policy matters, and Board Policy KE outlines the appropriate channels of communication for a concern to be addressed prior to bringing it to the board. Public comment is placed prior to action items proposed on our agenda. Public comment is placed after staff information-only presentations so that our public commenters can hear information that may be pertinent to their public comments. Those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of this meeting. Thanks to the issuance of a public health order that lifted restrictions for the in-person capacity of this boardroom, we have been able to have public commenters have a choice between making public comment in person or through virtual means. Those who are signed up to provide public comment virtually, please remember the following. First of all, once you're called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. Please make sure that you're not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. And keep in mind that the meeting broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it is best only to listen to the meeting on your phone. Once I call your name, if you're calling in remotely, please state your name, ask if you can be heard, and I will respond accordingly. The board, of course, would like for all discourse that occurs in this room to occur in an atmosphere of mutual respect. Everyone in this room plays an important part in modeling appropriate behavior and promoting an environment that is fair, that is safe, and that's dignified. To maintain this decorum and mutual respect, speakers are asked to refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. Applause, shouting, verbalizing during public comment compromises this decorum of respect. In order to make this a safe place for everyone, I would ask that you also eliminate words and tones that intimidate, condemn, or judge others. Helpful comments are those that propose positive solutions and opportunities for working together. Please also keep in mind that there may be a need to interrupt if a board director calls for a point of order. If this occurs, all comments should stop until directed to continue. Each speaker will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling the end of this time. Out of respect for the other commenters, please complete your comments within this 3-minute time. Due to the number of public commenters tonight, I will also ask you to stop immediately once you hear the tone signaling the end of 3 minutes to ensure that all public commenters have an opportunity to speak. Also would instruct you that if you have handouts that you would like to give to the board, that you would provide those to our Assistant Secretary, Ms. Marsh, on the end of the dais. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues its work tonight. Please know that this is only one of many ways to communicate to the board. If you are seeking answers to a specific question, or you would like to have an interactive conversation, please consider emailing individual board directors, or again, contacting our Assistant Secretary, Sandy Marsh, to schedule a phone conversation. It is also important for all our listening public to understand that public comments are not fact-checked, nor should the board's silence indicate agreement or disagreement with what is being said. So with that, we will begin public comment. I will call several names just so those individuals will know that they're ready to go to make comments. First of all, it's Krista Gilstrap, then Carly Howlett, Laura Wolf, and then Michael Peterson. Ms. Gilstrap. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm the mother of 4 children in Douglas County, 2 in elementary and 2 in middle school. And I'd like to add this in with your presentation. I'm glad that you presented the state testing to see where our kids are at, but I've learned from my time in the district that just because test scores look good doesn't mean we don't still have major problems. Children's Hospital has said that we're having a mental health crisis among our youth, and we should not pat ourselves on the back too quickly for a job well done this year. We have helped create this mental health crisis, and I'm afraid the total damage of the past year will not be fully known for years to come. We can't do anything about the past, but we can stop inflicting damage going forward. It's time to put the needs of our kids first. This is what brought me here tonight, to ask that you move forward with Superintendent Wise's plan for the 21-22 school year. I'm sure by now you've seen data that shows that masks are ineffective. There is absolutely no correlation between mask mandates, lockdown, school closures, and then case hospitalizations and death numbers. A recent article just came out showing that various pathogens were found on clean masks after being worn for only 5 to 8 hours, a typical school day. Some of the pathogens identified included TB, tuberculosis, E. coli, several pneumonia-causing organisms, strep, and staph organisms. To quote the article, half of the masks were contaminated with 1 or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria, 1/3 were contaminated with 1 or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria, 1/3 were contaminated with dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. In addition, less dangerous pathogens were identified, including ones that cause fevers, ulcers, acne, yeast infections, strep, periodontal disease, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and more. So at this point, to force anyone to wear a mask could cause health problems and would be irresponsible. Since the only time people now are expected to wear masks is if they aren't vaccinated, then we must discuss that as well. Yesterday, the World Health Organization came out and said, and I quote, "Children should not be vaccinated for the moment. There is not yet enough evidence to use on the use of vaccines against COVID-19 in children to make recommendations for children to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Children and adolescents tend to have a milder disease compared to adults. However, children should continue to have recommended childhood vaccines." Reading further in their release, it's clear they are speaking about anyone under the age of 18. So to require any of our students to get the vaccine would be ill-advised, not to mention a violation of their medical autonomy and privacy. The suggestion that students who aren't vaccinated should be masked is appalling. It literally creates two classes of students, and I find it ironic given all the discussion about equity in our schools. You've given students the option of e-learning. It's finally time to give students the option to return to full person learning without mass quarantine of healthy people or other limitations. Dr. Douglas just gave us permission to stop hiding behind others and start leading and advocating, making the decisions that are right for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilstrap. Carly, audience, if you please. Carly Hallett is next, Laura Wolf, Michael Peterson, Katrina Ike, and John Salanitro. Carly Hallett, I believe you're remote. Are you there? Okay, we will skip.
Yes, I'm here.
Carly, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Actually, you unmuted me. I'm actually LaTanya Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tanya. Well, hang on, and you're down farther in our list. Again, we're looking for Carly Hallett, and we will pause there and have Laura Wolf, you're next, and then Michael Peterson, Katrina Ike, and John Salanitro.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I spoke at the school board meeting on May 25th regarding my concerns of the equity policy and why I pulled my two kids from DCSC and enrolled them into private schools for next year. I truly believe that we all want a learning environment for our kids that promotes academic excellence and equality for all, regardless of race, color, creed, gender, ability, and identity. Kids should be treated as individuals and not grouped based on their immutable characteristics. We should help each student develop and reach their highest unique potential, including those who are considered gifted, common, and special education. Teachers should promote kindness and respect for all. The focus from the Gemini group is on kids, not as individuals, but instead looking at kids through an identity group and racial lens. According to the Gemini group's website, the organization works to address, quote, address and eliminate institutional and systemic inequities, most specifically starting with race through training and technical support. I'm asking for you to immediately terminate DCSD's relationship with Gemini Group and the No Place for Hate program. Please ask yourselves how the time and money spent on these programs will make our kids smarter. As you are aware, DCSD's academic scores have been slipping, and the DCSD district is no longer considered a destination district. The private and charter schools have wait lists due to the downfall of DCSD's neighborhood schools. The equity policy reads well, and I really like it, but as it is being implemented, there is a disconnect. The parent community demands full transparency and input into how this policy is going to be applied. In an effort to be less divisive, my proposal is for you to change the name of the equity team to the Equal Opportunity Team, and to change the name of the Educational Equity Policy to the Educational Equal Opportunity Policy. No one should be denied access to an equal opportunity to better themselves, and no identified group should fall under the illusion that they are less capable of achieving excellence. We should not define anyone as being a helpless victim, as the Gemini group suggests, who's incapable of success regardless of their skills, talents, or abilities. The main goal of an equity policy is to have an equity of outcome, which means that every student reaches the same level. Here are my questions to you. How will you measure when equity has been reached? Will it be when all the AP and honors programs are taken away so that all students will achieve the same outcome? How will an equity policy, training, curriculum make every individual student thrive and be smarter? How will this board ensure transparency to the parent community as to the trainings, new curriculum, and programs before they are introduced to the staff and, more importantly, the students? For the DCSD Summer Summit on July 26th and 27th, who will be leading the training, and what is the content of the Coaching for Equity, Conversations that Change Practice, and Culturally Responsive Classrooms? I commend you for halting the Gemini training this past May.
Thank you, Mrs. Wolf.
This is a step forward. However, I'm
Mrs.
skeptical.
Wolf. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the community is watching.
Mike Peterson, Katrina Ike, John Salanitro, and then Julie Bateman. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Although brief, I'd like to thank Superintendent Wise for clarification of previous parent public comments and attributing them to a board-approved textbook by misinformation. Thank you for that. And I think that type of humility and ownership really go a long way to building more trust in our community. Speaking of building trust, I'd like to thank Dr. Douglas for clarifying what it means to have a guidance versus a policy. And it's really refreshing to see the superintendent move from a learning policy proposal to being a proactive advocate who will fight for the parents, students, and teachers in Douglas County. Parents and staff need as much certainty now of what the fall will look like as possible, knowing that that's not completely possible, but we appreciate the advocacy. Superintendent Wise, if you fight for choice in Douglas County, in-person or e-learning, parent choice and masking with no shaming on either side, and no vaccine mandates with risk managed by parents and teachers individually, all of the parents will back you in this effort and fight with you because it won't be your cause or the board's cause. It will be all of our cause together. And this collective fight in Douglas County will be something really refreshing, and we appreciate you putting both choice and the learning experience first. Speaking of putting academics first, I suggest we put that educational equity policy where it belongs, in support of academic excellence, not in front of it. This may involve putting as much time and effort in defining what the policy is not as was taken to craft what it is. It is critical to restoring the trust of parents and teachers that agree with the tenets of the policy but take umbrage with some of the implementation that has visibly occurred in the district. If you define critical race theory for what it is, one, a divisive practice that uses race and other immutable characteristics to divide students, parents, and teachers into competing groups instead of recognizing them as individuals. Two, one that promotes or silences voices based on false intersectionality and grievance scoring. And three, an anti-American Marxist ideology that seeks to tear down the principles and systems that make America exceptional. And I will quote, to tear it down law by law, policy by policy, and brick by brick. We heard that from the Gemini Group. If we define both the desired and the abhorrent, then we can ensure all aspects of CRT are condemned, and the equity policy implemented in our schools is completely aligned with the principles that I think all parents agree upon in the educational equity policy as currently stated. Finally, we need to understand that this district belongs to the taxpayers, parents, and teachers of the county, and that the board and superintendent exist to acknowledge and respect their expectations, and I think we're making strides in that direction. We need to fulfill the district's mission to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential, and individual's the key here. The ultimate in disaggregation of data ends with the individual. Let's keep the focus there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Katrina Ike is next, John Salanitro, Julie Bateman, and then Kelly Dixon. Katrina Ike, are you here? Not seeing Katrina Ike. We'll move on to John Salanitro. Are you here? Mr. Salanitro, please come on down. Then Julie Bateman, Kelly Dixon, and then LaTanya Brown. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. I'm a Highlands Ranch resident, so I do live in the Douglas County School District. My kids are already out of it. And the reason I'm here is to just express a lot of concern I have for the way that the school board is taking the district, and I'm referring to the equity policy. I know that there's a lot of effort to distance this equity policy from critical race theory. I know that a recent article, Remy Runnell was quoted as saying that this policy is not, policies like this are not meant to show what to think, but how to think. And I take exception to that because I did spend the hour watching that Zoom training that the Gemini Group gave to hundreds of Douglas County School District employees, administrators, teachers. And some of the things that were brought up into that Gemini Group training included where they described the dominant culture as white Christian males. And they also went on to say that the darker the color of the skin, the harsher your outcome. To me, that sounds like you're looking at oppressor and victim. And it doesn't sound like you're teaching people how to think, but what to think. And I just think that that's a divisive type of training that's being given, and it will trickle down to the students. I'm really concerned about that. I mean, darker color of your skin, the harsher your outcome. Did Dr. Ben Carson get that memo? Did Thomas Sowell? It's ridiculous, in my opinion. And to show how divisive this white Christian male being identified as a dominant culture, There was recently an article where a Columbia professor, John McWhorton, got possession of a letter from a male student who talked about what this kind of training has done to him. He said he feels like worthless scum, undeserving of living. I don't feel that this kind of education being provided to students, no matter how it's coming or what it's called, is beneficial at all. I think it's divisive. I don't think it has a place in the Douglas County School Districts. And my opinion, to quote a speechwriter that wrote a comment for former President Bush, this is really the soft bigotry of low expectations. And I really am concerned that this is being brought into the district. And I hope there'd be some reconsideration. And I'm going to support groups like Kids First, DCSD, to see if there might be some candidates that feel the same way when the November election comes up.
Thank you,
Thanks
Mr.
for your time.
Salanitro. Audience, again, when you applaud, it slows us down, and we have lots of commenters tonight. So we would appreciate your help in showing respect to the other people that want to speak tonight. Julie Bateman, are you here? Julie Bateman, then Kelly Dixon, LaTanya Brown, and then Catherine Hawkins. Good evening, Ms. Bateman.
Good evening. Thank you. To the board and Superintendent Wise, thank you for your time. I would like to address the equity policy this evening in hopes of securing the support we need to make it effective. I've been an elementary teacher for 14 years. I love what I do and appreciate every single child I've had the privilege to teach. Some of the comments that I've heard at previous board meetings have been heartbreaking to hear because I can picture specific students and families who would be directly harmed by hearing them. Kids of different backgrounds, diverse learning needs, various cultures, kids with families in the LGBTQ community, they're watching and listening to us basically determine whether their humanity belongs in our schools. My classroom is a community where my students need to be able to share their experiences and their stories. Every single child in my classroom has been called a name at some point or mocked for an element of their identity. The way I choose to respond in those moments is teaching something too. I can choose to teach that this is unacceptable and work to foster a safe learning environment, or I can do nothing and indirectly teach kids that it doesn't matter if others treat you like this. I'm just here to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. Remember when so many parents demanded that schools go to in-person learning because our kids need socialization? That's something that they're learning in school too. So my role is to help guide their interactions to be productive. To the parents who are fearful that an equity policy could somehow be indoctrination, let's just look at our neighboring districts to see that the policies they've had in place much earlier than Douglas County have not resulted in those negative consequences. On the contrary, they're steps toward much needed direction of real action and real change. For too long, Douglas County's students, teachers, and staff of color have been targets of racism and racist comments. Our kiddos with special needs have not had all their needs met. Our LGBTQ community has been shamed or erased, and many of these students have not been represented in our history books or classroom libraries. I'm hopeful right now that Douglas County has an opportunity to be on the right side of history, the one that values every single child's identity and unique needs, one that includes an all-encompassing American history, and one that isn't afraid to talk about topics even if they're uncomfortable. For the folks who keep speaking about parents uniting, yes, let us unite in agreement that children are complex humans who need a learning environment that welcomes them, accommodates their needs, and fosters meaningful learning of the reading, writing, and arithmetic that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bateman. Kelly Dixon is next. And again, audience, we really need your help. Kelly Dixon is next, and I believe she is remote. Also, LaTanya Brown is remote, and then Catherine Hawkins and Carrie Beaumont. Kelly Dixon, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Dixon, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I'm here to express my continued support for the DCSD equity policy. To me, an equity policy should be a foundational part of all organizations and institutions, including and especially our schools, that have an opportunity to lay the foundation early for our children to decide how they can best support their classmates and future business peers. We are raising world changers, and I don't want mine to grow up without empathy for the experiences and challenges of people who don't look like them. I work at a large company that has had diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives for decades. A 2019 study estimated that in the workplace, gender diverse and inclusive teams outperformed gender homogenous, less inclusive teams by 50% on average. This is the past, present, and future of successful businesses and successful careers. We should be supporting our kids now in preparing them for a diverse workplace. In past meetings, we have heard a lot of misinformation about the equity policy in public comments. I appreciate the board and Director Rebel's efforts to clarify and rectify any misunderstandings about the equity policy and about the Gemini Group's involvement with the district. I'm glad to hear so many employees of the district attended the Gemini Group's voluntary training, as it signals to me that the teachers and staff are motivated to understand better how to serve the students of the district. Thank you to everyone who attended. I'm glad you are a part of our district. Frankly, some past public comments have not only spread misinformation, they have been openly disrespectful and harassing to certain groups of people whom this equity policy is meant to protect and support. I find this kind of behavior offensive, to say the least, but it only serves to underscore how much we in Douglas County need policies such as this. If my children go to school with children who exhibit such behaviors, I hope my kids will be advocates for the victims of such attacks, and that those victims will have recourse to address harassment through their school. The board and the committee have stated many times in no uncertain terms that the equity policy is not equivalent to critical race theory. The alarmist view that the equity policy is somehow indoctrinating students with some kind of hidden agenda is hyperbolic and misguided. That being said, I feel compelled to comment on CRT separately since it has come up so much in public comment here. I encourage everyone to research what CRT is from multiple sources. It is a framework to examine the legal, criminal justice, and other systems. It is not a school subject as in reading, writing, arithmetic, CRT. It is a lens. As Clint Smith said, what CRT demands of us is that we look at the contemporary landscape of inequality and understand it as a result of systemic, structural, and historical decisions that have been made through public policy and through the law, and not to understand racism as something that is simply interpersonal, but is reflective of a much larger set of forces. I learned this way too late in my life, and I'm determined for my children to be better aware and educated than I was, but I have no expectation for CRT to be a part of K through 12 curriculum. Again, I support the equity policy, and I hope it helps all students of Douglas County achieve their full potential. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Tanya Brown is next, Catherine Hawkins, Carrie Beaumont, Constantine Kokolis. Ms. Brown, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Ray, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Awesome. I am an African-American parent of 2 students here in Douglas County School District. Both boys have had very different experiences, some positive, some negative, to include racial slurs, false accusations, and a saddened activity that my student had to, or actually refrain from participating in colonial days at some of our Douglas County school districts, where many students culturally appropriate BIPOC people. I was pretty saddened by this. And so was my student, because he didn't know what job he should pick in the colonial time as an African-American student. The histories of BIPOC people should be infused in a prophetic and purposeful way, as well as BIPOC students should see teachers, staff, and admin that look like them, and that all heritages are celebrated so that teachers, staff, admin, students, and families can get an idea of who they are with each other, building those relationships. And so I think it's just those type. I'm listening to some of the comments already, and I read some a couple of weeks ago and a couple of months ago, and I'm pretty saddened because it's not a safe learning environment for Black and Brown and students of color in many Douglas County school district feeder areas and so on and so forth. So what I'm wondering is, what work is Douglas County School District willing to do to ensure that conversations and relationships are built and that histories are taught? BIPOC people, just like Caucasian people, are not a monolithic group. And so I think it's important that our students, whether they're BIPOC students or not, can see themselves in history and, be able to express, how good it feels, or to learn something that they did not know, instead of maybe putting up an 8.5 by 11 sheet that has a picture of MLK in celebration of Black History Month or what have you. It's important that everyone is seen and that they're heard. And so I'm hoping that, and not to be someone who's, trying to complain or anything like that. That's neither here nor there. I'm willing to do the work. I am a school social worker at a different school district. And this year, when I was teaching social emotional learning to some third graders, every month that there was a different Heritage Month, we incorporated social emotional learning, including that other Heritage Month, so that kids can understand other cultures.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
And through all of it, thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Hawkins is next, Carrie Beaumont, Constantine Kokolas, and Kindred Appleton. Ms. Hawkins, good evening.
Thank you. Superintendent Wise, President Ray, and Douglas County School Board. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and I'm concerned American. I have seen the changes over the last 75 years in schools and universities. We used to say the Pledge of Allegiance, honored and respected our parents, teachers, and leaders. Our children were educated in the Douglas County schools. Our grandchildren were taken out of public schools 15 years ago and educated in charter schools because of what teachers were teaching or not teaching. Now our great-grandchildren are in private schools. I volunteered to teach children English in a rural school who spoke only Spanish. I was shocked how the teachers treated the students with disrespect. I'm sorry for what our public educators have done to children and our country. Last month, Deborah Flora gave an excellent presentation of the critical race theory. If put into Douglas County Schools curriculum under the guise of equity, you as school board are promoting collectivism through identity policies which have no place in schools. CRT, critical race theory, is basically teaching our children how to hate. Superintendent Wise stated, we are aligned with Colorado academic standards. I listened to the Gemini group videos, did my own research for Colorado Department of Education, Equity Toolkit for administrators. I'm just appalled. Shame on you. I am appalled that the Douglas County Board would spend $37,000 to introduce the equity policy of diversity and inclusion, DEI, training initiatives that was discussed in the past board meeting. The Gemini group teaching equity should not be allowed in the Douglas County schools or in Colorado or even in the United States of America. Teaching the 4 I's of oppression is wrong and demoralizes our American values. America is in moral decay. Wake up, Douglas County School Board, and parents of America. Parents, your job is to teach principles of faith, courage, empathy, compassion, human dignity, and respect for each other, along with sex education. Teachers, your job is to teach the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, patriotism, honor, and respect for others. Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Carrie Beaumont, Constantine Kokolas, Kendra Appleton, and Allison Jones. Ms. Beaumont.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thank you guys for all you do, administrators, principals, teachers. I've lived in Douglas County for 21 years. Sorry, I'm going to try not to get too emotional about this. I've raised 3 kids the entire time in Douglas County schools. My oldest will be a senior. I have an incoming sophomore and an 8th grader. The data on iReady paralleled my 7th grader to a T, by the way. So my oldest is taking concurrent classes. And he was in a public speaking course this last semester through ACC. The class had an assignment to write a speech about a time when they were discriminated against. My son came to me and he said, "Mom, I'm white and I'm male. I've never been discriminated against. I don't know what to write about." And so we had a discussion about that. And I said, well, then that's what you write about. I want that to sit with you guys for a minute. This is a kid who's grown up in Douglas County. He's a white male, and he's like, I can't think of anything. So I recently asked my kids to think about, have you learned about Juneteenth? Have you learned about the Tulsa Massacre? And then I looked up some other stuff. Dred Scott, the Enforcement Acts of 1870 and 1871. What have you been taught about Jim Crow, redlining, the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the banning of interracial marriage until 1967? My two younger kids, nope. So we sat down and talked about what that history was because they had never learned it. And then my oldest, who's taking college courses, he knew about quite a lot of those. He had heard about them in his history courses that he took at the college level. He also said, oh yeah, Mom, and there's that Sand Creek Massacre that happened in Colorado. I didn't know anything about it. Looked it up, the Ludlow Massacre, that's Colorado history. None of my kids were taught that, right? In 1992, that was the year that the state of Colorado voted to withhold American freedoms from gays, lesbians, and bisexuals. None of that's been taught. That also goes along with great historical Black achievements for all those other folks that are underrepresented. That's not being taught in our school. So to address the whole, advanced kids, all three of my kids are gifted children. There is no threat to their education.
Thank you, Mrs. Beaumont.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kendra Appleton, Allison Jones, Mike Woldridge, and Shannon Galfie. Konstantin Kokolis. Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening.
Oh, you're not Konstantin.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, that's why I was wondering if I'm...
Oh, is there, there's Konstantin. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the mix-up.
A very confusing time in my life just now. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I identify as an American, a Douglas County resident, and a concerned parent. I'm going to talk about something that's very personal to me. Nationally, there have been a string of articles and a great deal of data showing that suicide among children is surging and depression is at an all-time high. Most of these point to masking, school closures, isolation, and lockdown measures, but no matter the reason, the data is very clear. This is an epidemic and catastrophe for this nation. Most concerning with these national numbers, and as I started to analyze, is that Colorado is right at the very top of those numbers. From a state perspective, the Children's Hospital of Colorado published an article at the end of May. Our kids have run out of resiliency, and they declared a mental health state of emergency. In an hour-long coinciding virtual event, healthcare practitioners, many seemingly about to burst into tears, talked about inpatient and EDs overrun, their words, not mine, not by COVID, but by children having mental health emergencies or attempted suicides. The hospital's chief medical officer said in his 20 years of practice, he had never seen anything like the demand for mental health services at Children's. I could tell you some of the personal stories, but I'm just going to refrain on those. I don't think I could get through them. Douglas County Commissioners released last month the numbers related to Douglas County. I don't know if you've seen them. It was on May 24th. The data was emotional to say the least. 6 children between the ages of 10 and 18 took their own lives in this county. That's more than who died from COVID. While that number is double what it was in 2019, it's not far out actually, and is relatively in line with previous years. However, all the other data around it, such as inpatient, ED, and outpatient visits for attempted suicide, those who are having suicidal thoughts and mental health emergencies, were almost 100% more year over year, every month except for 2. And unfortunately, I have to say that there was an attempted suicide, more than one attempted suicide by children every single month of the year of 2020. This problem is very real nationally, and it's very real in our county. In May, listening to this board meeting and providing comments, and what kind of prompted me to do this is that I heard a student advisory group tell the board and administrators that there needs to be more mental health training for teachers. And they had some great ideas on how that might happen. And we're looking for funding. The comments around it from the board administrators were more around money for equity training. And I wonder, I don't need my notes. I wonder, are you doing all you can for these kids? This is a real emergency. I just watched data at the beginning of this that had nothing to do with mental health. And Kevin, thank you for bringing it up at all, or else it would have just gone unnoticed. These kids are dying. I would like you to take this seriously, and I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Kokolas.
No parent should hold their dead child.
Kendra Appleton, Allison Jones, Mike Woldridge, Shannon Galfie, and then Sarah Redder. I'm sorry, Kendra Appleton.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
My name is Kendra Appleton. My oldest daughter is enrolled in Douglas County Schools, and my youngest will be. I've been a teacher for 10 years and currently teach in a neighboring district. I'm also an AP English teacher coach for the National Math and Science Initiative, and my mom taught in Douglas County for 23 years. Board and Superintendent Wise, I want to thank you for the equity work you've been prioritizing and implore you to continue to do so. As a parent and a teacher, I believe that striving toward equity for all students is some of the most important and fruitful work in which Douglas County could engage. I believe that there are many misconceptions about what equity truly means in the classroom, so I hope to give a glimpse at what educational equity means to me as a high school English teacher. Each year when I meet my students, my first priority is to get to know the unique human beings whom I've been entrusted to teach. As a public school teacher, it's my job to teach language arts the very best I can for every single young member of the public who enters my classroom. This is the true work of equity. My students will learn reading, writing, and speaking to the very best of their potential only when I'm able to help them feel safe and valued in light of their uniqueness and their lived experiences. For some, equity means finding them a seat in the front of the classroom so they're able to see the board. For others, it's boosting their confidence after feeling incapable of language arts classes in the past. For others, it's knowing and honoring their 504s and their IEPs. For others, equity is having a pack of Smarties at my desk and knowing the signs of fluctuating blood sugar. For others, equity is adding a level of challenge or intrigue to their work to push their advanced abilities. For others, it's using their desired pronouns or their name. For others, equity is communicating with parents or counselors over mental health concerns. And finally, for others, equity is trying to understand all the ways that their skin color and race have impacted their learning experiences within our predominantly white school. The list could go on and on. Every good teacher knows that this, equity, seeing and empowering and valuing students for the unique person that they are, this is the secret to student success. Teachers, watch students come alive and thrive only when they know they are safe and significant within our classrooms. So I'll say again that I believe that equity work is the most important use of district funds and time. I think it's the key to everything. Do we want higher test scores? Then equity should be the priority. Do we want to solve this really real youth mental health crisis? Equity should be our priority. Do we want to equip students for whatever post-secondary opportunity makes the most sense for them? Then equity should be our priority. Do we want to make sure that every single student in our 850 square mile district can learn to the fullest of their potential? Then equity should be our priority. So thank you, school board, for your commitment to this work. Please do not be deterred. Please do not ease up. This work is much bigger than a policy, a training, political talking points, or a flurry of public comment at board meetings. This work is absolutely vital to our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appleton. Allison Jones, Mike Woldridge, Shannon Galfie, and Sarah Redder, and then Deborah Flora. Allison Jones, good evening.
Ready? Okay. Good evening. My name is Allison Jones. I'm the mother to 2 DCSD students, and I'm also an educator. I'm going to speak about the district's new equity policy. I'd like to refer you to an illustration I took from the presentation of the proposed educational equity policy given to the board last March. At the top of the illustration, you'll notice there are 4 different sizes of children with differing abilities. Each child has been given the same size bicycle. This image is labeled equality. In other words, everyone has been given the same bicycle, whether it meets their needs or not. Just below that, you'll notice the same 4 children now have a bicycle that is appropriate for their size and ability. This image is labeled equity. As educators, our job is to provide each child with the opportunity and access to resources for success. While we treat each child with equal caring, consideration, respect, and love, We teach each child by striving to meet their individual needs. Many people hear the words equality and equity, assume they are a distinction without a difference, and move on. However, being a veteran educator, I know there is a chasm between the concepts of equality and equity. This chasm was no more glaringly obvious than when I spent 2 hours watching the 1-hour Gemini Group's presentation. I took 5 pages of notes, rewound sections so I could hear them again and again, and at the end of those 2 hours, I wanted to tear my hair out. The reoccurring theme from the video is summed up perfectly with this statement from the presentation. Quote, "Creating opportunity and access is not enough. If outcomes are not the same, then the system is the problem and must be changed." This quote is the fatal flaw for equity. If outcomes are not the same, then the system is the problem and must be changed. I'm sorry. There is no such thing as equality of outcomes in a contest of individuals. I'd like you to look back at the image labeled equity. This image is not equity. There has been no outcome. This image only shows students with the opportunity and access to resources to be successful. It doesn't matter whether the lesson was taught or if guided practice has been completed. The only result that matters is whether the outcome is equal. Equity can only be measured at the end of the race when everyone finishes at 10 minutes and 32 seconds, regardless of effort. I've seen repeated emails from the district that DCSD is not changing the curriculum to incorporate critical race theory. CRT and equity are, in fact, a distinction without a difference. The main tenet of both philosophies is that if a system produces unequal results, then the system is the problem and must be torn down. The question I ask each of you to consider is, if the system must produce equal results, how does DCSD propose to incorporate educational equity without changing the curriculum? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mike Wooldridge, Shannon Galfie, Sarah Redder, Deborah Flora, and then Amity Wicks. Mr. Wooldridge, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Wooldridge, please go ahead.
My name is Mike Wooldridge. I'm a father of 4 kids here in the Douglas County School District. I'm here tonight to discuss my concerns around the equity policy and its recent onboarding of the Gemini Group, which we've discussed many times. We all know it's critical race theory, regardless of how many times you try to deny it and the desire by this board to implement it in our schools. I'm disappointed to hear it seems you'll force our kids as well to wear masks for kids not vaccinated, even though the World Health Organization advises against kids being vaccinated. I'm also very concerned about the lack of transparency that it seems to be happening in our district. I've really started paying attention since the board took my kids and all of our kids out of school willingly supporting and participating in what many parents are considering to be child abuse. Here's what I've noticed is a glaring concern I have about you, Corey, and this board, but especially you, Corey. You guys are really good about listening to the hot button
President
comments.
Ray, point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Wooldridge, if I could just pause you for a second. Evan, if you pause the time. Just a reminder, we would ask that you not use names in an offensive manner. So if you could just carry on with your comments without using names, please. Mr. Wooldridge, please go ahead.
You all are very good about using the hot button comments from parents from week to week. And then in your opening monologues, you repeat the topics such as critical race and transparency and acting to seemingly come across as listening to us and really doing the hard work. But I don't think we're seeing it. Not to mention how orchestrated and choreographed the board and the conversations are in these public-facing meetings. It's a little insulting to those of us paying attention that you patronize us with orchestrated, rehearsed Q&A sessions that you try to pass off as genuine concern to clarify points for the parents to make sure we understand the work that's being done. Like tonight, how it's slowly breaking the news that you're going to enforce mask wearing to kids 12 and under, or no older, I mean. Do you have the data that shows that the masks that are being used are actually effective? I highly doubt it because that data doesn't really exist. I'd also like to remind us that this board, that you're an elected body and you've been chosen to represent us, the parents of the children in the school district, and there is an upcoming election in November. Kevin, you're in our district as well. We would love to hear more from you. For more than a year now, many parents have felt powerless, and it's been stemmed from decisions that this board has made with little transparency and even less accountability regarding decisions to remain in school during COVID, masking our kids, and the psychological effects that it's brought. Now, vaccinating or not vaccinating, and risking the prejudice, judgment, and removal of basic inclusion that comes from that decision. And even worse now, the critical race theory, equity policy, that you slid under the darkness of night by hiring the especially shady Gemini group. You'll continue to erode the trust of the parents in this district if you keep fighting and not working with us. When you push agenda items through the majority of parents that are opposing it, it makes us wonder what else you're doing that we're not aware of. You and Corey and the superintendent and the board need to start being completely transparent to us. And transparency comes in a lot of ways. The fall and spring testing. What kind of criteria? Did you shift the testing criteria relative to grade level?
Okay, thank you,
in any way?
Mr. Wildridge, thank you. Sharon Galfie is next, Sarah Redder, Deborah Flora, Amity Wicks, and then Tara Heidel. Sharon Galfie, good evening.
Hi, my name is Shannon Galfie, and I'm here tonight because my 12-year-old daughter with autism said, I want to go back to school in person and I don't want to have to wear a mask. Will you tell my new school that? So I drove 2 hours round trip from Louisville in the Boulder School District to attend tonight's meeting. We're moving to Castle Rock this weekend, and I thought it was important for my daughter's voice to be heard. You see, she could not tolerate wearing a mask because the sensory issues that many children with autism suffer from. Similarly, my 10-year-old son gets anxious when wearing a mask due to the suffocating feeling of not being able to breathe properly. Because I honor my children's feelings and the Boulder School District would not budge on their mask policy, my children suffered through online schooling for the entirety of last school year. Prior to COVID, my daughter with autism was less than 2 years behind her peers academically. After over a year of online learning, she is now 3.5 years behind her peers. Both of my kids suffered from lack of socialization and are eager to go back to school, especially next year, to meet new kids here in this new town of ours. I will not put them through a year of isolated subpar online learning again. I fully support the proposal for next school year, including no required masks, no mandatory vaccinations, and no quarantines of healthy children. This plan puts bodily and medical autonomy back into the hands of the parents where it belongs. For those who are still uncomfortable, send your child to school in a mask if you believe that protects them. But do not subject my children to forced suffocation because of your fear. If you choose to vaccinate your child, then it should matter whether or not my children are inoculated because your child is protected. I will not be forced to inject my children with an experimental vaccine that was fast-tracked and is still undergoing safety trials. The latest data from the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System notes that there have been 6,332 total adverse events and 7 reported deaths among 7 to 12-year-olds from the COVID-19 vaccine. Among these are 974 reports of anaphylaxis, 109 reports of heart inflammation, and 24 reports of blood clot disorders in children who have received the COVID shots. This is unacceptable, especially for an illness in which over 99% of kids who have gotten COVID have mild or no symptoms at all. For next school year, the Boulder School District is requiring forced suffocation, aka masking, for any child who is not vaccinated. I feel fortunate to be moving to a school district that is making recommendations rather than mandates on masking and vaccination. If masking and/or vaccinations are required, I will not be putting my children in Douglas County schools next year. My daughter has 6 more years of school and my son 8. And at the funding rate of approximately $8,000 per student per year, Douglas County would lose $112,000 in funding for pulling just my 2 kids out of the district for the remainder of their schooling. If requirements versus recommendations pass, I'm sure many other parents will do the same. I implore you to give all parents the choice to do what is best for their children, including no forced vaccinations or masking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galfie. Sarah Redder, Deborah Flora, Amity Wicks, Tara Heidel, and Will Johnson. Ms. Redder, good evening.
Thank you, Board and Superintendent Wise, for allowing me to speak here tonight. I understand that some of you may feel public comment is redundant and that a few have sought out and persuaded others to comment. However, I guarantee you that the people speaking here tonight that I know are doing so because they are passionate about what is going on in this district. They have not been coerced or compensated for their efforts. The reason we continue to return week after week is to make sure you, the board, hear our concerns because you were elected to be our voice. We want to see what all the text and curriculum being used to teach equity so that we can see with our own eyes that this is not CRT, as you've been telling us. Taking your word on it has not worked for us in our favor in the past, as we all saw with our own eyes in the Gemini training and the district staff received. We want to see this board actually vote on a plan for a return to the school in August so that we, the parents, can be educated, have educated on our decision for our children and their education. Superintendent Wise, you've put together a really good plan. I thank you for that, for listening to us and supporting us. I want you guys to actually vote on it. I heard you say when Dr. Douglas was saying that and you wanted clarification on masks and all that, that's going out on June 30th. He said he's pretty sure it's going. You can vote on things that say, this is our plan. That is okay for you to do. And we would like to see you do that so we are comfortable with the decisions that you're making. Why? Because the mental health of our children is much bigger concern right now than COVID. Let me give you some statistics, and this is information gathered from Tri-County Health and the Douglas County Coroner's Office. The overall vaccination rate, as you saw, is 68%. We're close to herd immunity. There's no reason not to have the kids worry about it. Children that have died in Douglas County in 2020 and up to now in 2021 from COVID is one. One child under the age of 18 has died from COVID. As Constantine said earlier, children that have died from suicide in 2020 was 6, and just the data from the coroner's office from January to March of 2021 is 2 more. That's a total of 8 kids that have died from suicide that I'm going to assume had a lot to do with quarantines and such. So some other important facts. All school staff have had the ability to get vaccinated if they so desired, as well as the families that wish to get their children that are over 12 vaccinated. So there's no reason for all the families that do not have that desire that they need to send their children, that they need to be mandated to have that done. Children's Hospital, as they said, is saying that they're at max capacity. They can no longer take.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ritter. Deborah Flores next, Amity Wicks, Terry Heidel, Will Johnson, and then Steve Collier. Ms. Flora, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Flora. I'm a concerned Douglas County parent. I'm also the founder of Parents United America that represents hundreds of other concerned parents. Since the last board meeting when we were here, when hundreds of parents did make their voices heard in outrage over the equity policy, all that we have been promised so far is, quote, more transparency and keeping us informed. Instead of real change, you clearly restated your commitment to move forward with this equity policy. Even summer training for teachers has numerous workshops to implement this program. We don't need a more transparent view of a policy that is fundamentally flawed at its heart. It divides students into groups based on their race. And let's face it, racism to fight racism is still racism. Equity divides based on expected equal outcome, not on equal opportunity. Another flaw with this is the inherent dismissal of parents. We are not among the stakeholders that were consulted when this policy was written. We are not a part of the Equity Advisory Council. We've heard that this is not CRT. However, those that this board did choose to consult with are CRT proponents. And since this last meeting, they've referred to us and dismissed us by our skin color, called us dissenters and barriers. It has also been insinuated that we don't care about children with special needs, and that is outrageous and absolutely not true. Those trying to silence us purposely are conflating CRT with special needs. Your own equity policy, by the way, lists children with disabilities last, after race, gender, and sexual preference. This racial indoctrination has nothing to do with the very serious need of children with special needs. The biggest flaw that we are seeing overall in all of these policies that are being addressed is the marginalization of parents. Let me give you this analogy. For most of it, it feels like a train that has already left the station in the middle of the night with our children on board, only to be discovered by mistake by parents. And your solution for transparency is as though you're saying we're going to keep driving the train to the destination we've determined and flow leaflets out the window so that we can read what is happening as you are driving by at a breakneck pace. We are not asking to be informed on what you are going to do with our children. We are demanding that you take the train back, go to the station, and partner with parents, not pass us by. Because we know where this does not lead, this train. It does not lead to academic achievement or equal opportunity. Let's talk about the real crisis. The budget of Douglas County School District is over $700 million, but only 57% of that is spent on education. That is outrageous. We are told that the results of near only half of the students being proficient is something we should be happy with. We are not happy because our hard-earned tax dollars are going to indoctrination programs that push equity, not equal opportunity. If we really want to see equal opportunity, if we want to see children flourish, then it is time that the real stakeholders, the parents, be treated as the ultimate authority in our children's education. Then we can join together. And if not, we will elect representatives that will address our needs.
Amity Wicks is next. Audience, Amity Wicks, Tara Heidel, Will Johnson, Steve Collier, and then Drew Middleton. Amity Wicks, good evening.
My name is Amity Wicks. I'm a Douglas County resident and parent of 2 DCSD children. I'm grateful to the Board of Education for your time and dedication towards serving our community. I appreciate that you take seriously the input from the parents and greater community you have pledged to serve and represent. You know of the mental health state emergency. So suicide attempts are rising and emergency room visits of mental health crises are up 90%. Children's Chief Medical Officer said that in the last 15 months, he has seen demand in children's mental health care like nothing he's ever experienced. He went on to say that a generation of kids already struggling with feelings of hopelessness and isolation have now spent a year deprived of the resources and social interactions that served as their lifelines. Decades of psychological study have shown us the effects of isolation and the severing of these meaningful relationships. Our children were subjected to unprecedented isolation, physical, social, emotional, through mask wearing and mandatory quarantines of non-symptomatic children. The mandates which have been imposed on our children during this pandemic have been exponentially worse than the virus itself. Even from the earliest reports and statistics, we knew that children and really anyone under the age of 60 were extremely low risk of mortality or a severe case. And if a person of these categories did, it was often associated with some underlying health condition that would make them susceptible to just about any pathogen. Recently, Dr. Fauci's private emails were released, and one such email on February 5th, 2020 stated the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out a virus which is small enough to pass through material. Many medical professionals agree that there is no solid data showing mask effectiveness. And yet our children were forced to cover their faces day after day, cut off from normal human interaction and rebreathing moist air. Recently, some Florida parents sent their children's masks into a lab for testing. I've included this and other articles for your review. The results are sickening. The masks contain strains of pneumonia and meningitis-causing bacteria, dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens, and more. Also at issue is the vaccine. All current COVID-19 vaccines are still experimental and allowed only for emergency use by the FDA. We simply do not have enough data or long-term studies to get an accurate picture of the safety and efficacy of such newly developed injections. Professor on viral immunology, Dr. Byram Bridle, cautions that there may be terrifying side effects such as heart inflammation, blood clots, and other serious issues as a result of the vaccines. In fact, he points out the use of a spike protein is a new methodology and that these proteins can cross the blood-brain barrier as well as accumulate in organs, which is different than the localized mechanisms of most other vaccines. He expressed grave concern that accumulation in ovaries could lead to potential infertility. Many medical experts are urging caution, but sadly their voices are usually censored, suppressing true scientific debate and the pursuit of truth. And vaccine manufacturers are completely protected from any liability. I'm for medical freedom. If students and parents want to wear a mask ongoing or receive the vaccine, I support that. These are medical interventions, and these decisions should be left up to the individual in conjunction with their doctors. I recognize that the current plan put forth does not involve any mandates, but I want to offer these facts for those that might push for such measures in the future during flu season or any other future outbreaks of any pathogen. My ultimate goal is to point out that there is, in fact, serious potential risk for both mask wearing and vaccines. When there is a risk, there must be a choice.
Thank you, Ms. Wicks. Terry Heidel, Will Johnson, Steve Collier, Drew Middleton, and Julie Gooden. Tara Heidel. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I have been a tax-paying Douglas County resident for 11 years and currently have 2 children enrolled in the school district. I've been on the sidelines watching and listening to these meetings, but I'm on the sidelines no longer. Tonight, I want to address specifically no place for hate. I have attempted to address this at the principal level, but I have not yet received a response. My husband and I teach our children it's never okay to hate, bully, or be racist towards someone just because they either disagree with them or because they're simply different than they are. They need to respect everyone. But I also teach them that they don't need to agree with everyone. On the surface, No Place for Hate sounds like a virtuous program, but I stumbled across the No Place for Hate Coordinator Handbook and Resource Guide, and the devil is in the details. Directors, have you read this document? I didn't print it out tonight because it was 56 pages, and I didn't want to make 10 copies of 56 pages. But read it if you haven't. Parents, have you guys read it? I have heard over and over that we want to teach our children how to think, not what to think. No Place for Hate is indeed telling our kids what to think, and it's promoting critical race theory. No Place for Hate defines racism as, quote, the marginalization and/or oppression of people of color based on a socially constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. And that's on page 52 if you need to reference it. I'm pretty sure that's the correct page. So only people that look like me can be racist? No Place for Hate states that if you hold the belief that there are only two genders, male and female, and don't accept transgender or non-binary as normal, that you are biased. Have I now lost my freedom to practice my Christian faith and teach my children what the Bible actually says about these issues? Those are just two examples of how No Place for Hate tells our children that their differences determine their identity, and as a result, they fall into either a dominant or a victim group, pitting them against one another. The handbook goes on to say, and I quote, and this is a headline, "Move on from kindness. Schools need to foster social justice." It cites examples of issues students should be advocating for, including affordable housing and addressing complicated issues, including gun violence and school funding inequities. So No Place for Hate expects our children to be political activists. Some of them struggle to read and write and do math. As an educational system, we want to foster social activism. I am not sending my child to public schools so you can create social justice warriors. In addition, No Place for Hate schools, quote, are expected to notify the Anti-Defamation League when any incidents of bias, bullying, discrimination, or harassment occurs. Do we really want to hand over authority on these issues to an outside organization? Examples of recommended No Place for Hate curriculum include, for the K through 2 level, cycles of inequality, middle schoolers.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Idle. Will Johnson, Steve Collier, Drew Middleton, Julie Gooden, and Amberly Stringer. Mr. Johnson, good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Wise, for stating the importance of curriculum transparency and community involvement. Here's a couple reasons why hundreds of parents will continue advocating for this. First is the equity policy implementation. Now, it was concerning that it required parent pushback to remove phrases from the policy like, quote, myth of meritocracy. And it was more concerning when we saw the district disregard that feedback and link up with the Gemini group, whose message was grounded in this dispiriting and regressive mentality that parents across demographics disagree with. And it's only because parents found out and spoke up that the district paused their relationship with the Gemini group. Now, we wonder how the curriculum will change and are concerned with some of the recent messages promoted by the board, such as working to, quote, dismantle the colorblind framework, unquote, in our kids. The district states that a, quote, system-wide shift is the focus. And the equity policy is replete with how curriculum may change. But then we're assured the curriculum won't change. Now, this inconsistent messaging reinforces why parents need complete transparency and involvement to ensure the policy implementation reflects our values and will help foster belonging and excellence. The second area to call out is the No Place for Hate program. Now, we all agree kids shouldn't be bullied. All should feel welcome. But the program intends more than that, whether parents know it or not. Here's what some of our district's approval committees said in support of the program. It moves beyond, quote, be nice and treat others the way you want to be treated, for a framework that, quote, pushes students to focus on social justice. Another approver said the program, quote, requires 3 school-wide activities that reflects the ideals and values of the ADL. Now, the ADL is the national left-wing organization that runs this program that states it wants to train kids in activism. DCSD should not be focused on implementing the ADL's values, but on the values of parents and taxpayers of Douglas County. Now, we're told it's voluntary, but when we hear examples like a school-wide announcement on behalf of the program encouraging all kids to wear buttons with their chosen pronouns, or examples of kids feeling pressured by schools into participating, well, we question just how voluntary it is. Now, this is one example why parents feel like their family sphere is being invaded. Put simply, it's not the role of a school to pay $36,000 of taxpayer funds to a left-wing organization that intends to train kids to be social political activists. We need transparency on the scope of this program and why the money should be spent on it versus on our teachers. As we saw tonight, only half our K through 8th graders are grade level proficient in reading and math, and I think we all agree we can and should do better. So instead of injecting one-sided activism into the classroom, parents across races and backgrounds want the focus to be on academic excellence, teaching the golden rule, empowering teachers to do what they love to do, to deliver transparency and partnership, and to help all kids thrive in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Steve Collier, Drew Middleton, Julie Gooden, Amberly Stringer, and then Gina Arrington. Steve Collier, good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. So first off, I just want to recognize that we do not have 3 Douglas County Sheriff's deputies in the room like we did last time, which is kind of strange to me. But I want to enter into the record. This information was discovered through an Open Records Act request. This is the letter that was sent from the Gemini Group to the school board after their lease contract for summer training was taken back. Quote, finally, allowing a handful of vocal white parents out of the thousands of parents in your district to dictate how to help educators become aware of and address detrimental impacts on children of color in this country and in DCSD by demanding that we not talk about race is naive at best or a conscious, willful attempt to maintain the status quo of ignorance, bias, and inequitable outcomes at worst. I can't tell you just how pissed off that makes me to hear that. I mean, I've served in the military, and I've served with every color, creed, race, gender for, years. And to think that this group Gemini, thinks that they know the parents of Douglas County and how dedicated we are to wanting just a wonderful, vibrant community is just insulting. And if this group has any connection whatsoever to this district today, going forward to provide any training, shame on you, and we are going to hold that accountable of you. And I want to talk about that judgment for a moment, because as we've pulled back this Gemini train, we've pulled this onion back, it's just left parents like me, and I told everyone here I'd use the word flummoxed tonight because it's a great word. It really just leaves us going, if you're not listening to us, then who are you actually listening to? Who is it outside the county? Is it the teachers' unions? Is it the Colorado Educators Association? Are you listening to them? Is that your audience? And if it is, hey, please divulge that. That would be really, really great to know. And it's sad that from a transparency standpoint, and I know many of our board members had on minivans that, hey, we're transparent and accountable. And you're not transparent and you're not accountable in this issue, because we have to keep going through Open Records Act requests to get the truth. We had to do that last year with Dr. Tucker's resignation. We end up finding out 2 weeks later after his resignation in a letter from one of the board members here directly to him that he was under investigation and that he had to turn in his passcode and could not go on to Douglas County School District property. We would not have known that if Fox 31 didn't do an Open Records Act request. Do not preach to us parents about transparency until you actually are transparent. Last and foremost, that slide up there earlier on COVID should include those 8 children who committed suicide. Those suicides are in direct correlation to the decisions made by this board to shut this school district down. In that special vote that was made last August to keep us going from what should have been 5-a-day school to the hybrid program.
Thank you, Mr. Collier.
Take that as a note.
Middleton, Julie Gooden, Amberly Stringer, Gina Arrington, and Taryn Castro.
Quickly before my time starts, I just want to say that while this podium may be directed towards all of you on the board, I'm also addressing the members in the community, those on YouTube, those in the audience, and those throughout the rest of Douglas County. My name is Drew Middleton, and I'm a student at Castleview High School. I'm here today to express my support for the educational equity policy. As a gay student in a predominantly conservative county, I've had my fair share of negative experiences within this community. From being called slurs online to being harassed in school for my sexual orientation, I've heard it all. While my personal experiences may not reflect those of other minority students, I know that they have had similar situations. I'm a member of the No Place for Hate organization, which has been in a lot of controversy lately at my school, and over the course of this past year, we've talked to many students who felt unsafe, unwanted, and uncomfortable within our community. A student from my school that I will keep anonymous said, "I have never thought I was in danger just because of my race, but recent events have brought hate into the spotlight. It is clear that something needs to be done about discrimination in our community, whether it be on the basis of gender, race, religion, ability, or sexual orientation. I've heard many other members of the public say that this district is pushing an agenda or indoctrinating our students, but all of this is simply untrue. The fact of the matter is that as a community, it is a necessity that we make every single student and staff member in this county feel accepted, but most importantly, safe. Another comment that I've heard from this community is that this policy is too political for children. To that, I have one thing to say. Equity is not political. It is what's right. I find it to be deplorable that there are people in this room who are opposing a policy that will benefit me and my fellow minority students in this county. Finally, critical race theory, or CRT, is something that has been under constant attack throughout the discussion of this policy. CRT is defined by Britannica as an intellectual movement and a framework of legal analysis, according to which 1, race is a culturally invented category used to oppress people of color, and 2, the law and legal institutions in the United States are inherently racist insofar as they function to create and maintain social, political, and economic inequalities between white and non-white people. The incredible majority of people I see opposing CRT are white people who deny racism even exists in the first place. Revising our education to illustrate the good and bad of American history, law, and politics is vital in raising children who see the world through an unbiased and informed lens. Thus, I see no problem with the implementation of CRT if it were to happen, but as most of you know, it isn't happening just yet. If I had more time for this comment, I would go into the depths of how systematically racist and biased our institutions are, especially the education system. But unfortunately, I only have these 3 short minutes. Instead, I ask every single one of you in this room to do your own unbiased and in-depth research. With all of this being said, I continue to stand in firm affirmation and support of the educational equity policy, and I implore everyone else to do so as well. Thank you.
Mr. Middleton. Julie Gooden, audience. Julie Gooden, and then we will continue on after a break, but those people after our break will include Amberly Stringer, Gina Arrington, Taryn Castrol, and Carol Jepson. Ms. Gooden, please go ahead.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Wise. I'm a parent of 2 Douglas County students and a graduate 2020. And my husband and I are both Douglas County graduates from the Highland Ranch High School, class of 92 and 94, so it does date me a little bit. It took me over 2 weeks to listen to the Board of Education meeting from May 25th. I did it in tiny increments, and it broke my heart. Every 15 minutes I listened to it. Each of those 15 minutes had my stomach rolling, my head hurting, and my heart super heavy. I don't envy Mr. Wise's position or that of the board. I don't think this is easy work at all. There are varying opinions on the equity policy, and I struggle to understand the opposition as the policy benefits all children. Throw out the dramatic headlines that misrepresent the heart of this policy. That's just chatter. Those that have come here en masse are the loudest voices in our community, but it's the quieter voices, sometimes even the silence, that needs to be heard. Can you imagine what it's like to be someone in our community, a marginalized group, and want to speak praise for a policy that helps protect them and keeps them safe, only to be intimidated by those loud voices that are very unsupportive? It's no wonder we rarely hear them speak. A community is only as strong as its most vulnerable population. How we support them in our presence defines us as a district. Viewing each decision through an equity lens is the best approach for every student. Scraping past the background noise, we can find points we do agree on. Mental health needs our attention, and academic excellence for our students, no matter what their track is in life, is important. For mental health, children need and want to be known. I learned as a family counselor that to protect mental health, our children, we have to create spaces where they feel safe to be known for their differences, known for their similarities, their oddities, and their talents. Being known is powerful. It creates a sense of belonging and acceptance that they are enough and allows them to see one another as human. Mask, vaccinations, none of that is the center of our kids' struggle. At the center of the struggle is belonging to a safe and positive community that recognizes each other's differences and celebrates them, that sees some people who are hurt when worldwide issues occur and chooses to embrace them. We can show our students that we value and care about them when we allow them to be known. Academic excellence. We want DCSD to be rigorous, to offer challenging material to students. If one child needs a specialist in reading, we have that resource available. If another child needs Calc BC, we help that child get into a school that's hosting a Calc BC class. When children without economic resources or parents who are unable to transport them to school, DCSD should pick up the slack. Those of us with a passion for equity anchored our emails, meetings, public comments on the equity to fight for transportation for the students that were struggling to get school this year. That is equity. When students are struggling emotionally, socially, or physically or unsafe, academics will suffer. DCSD should strive to elevate all of our students, which will result in a stronger, more united future for us all.
Thank you, Ms. Gooden. The board will take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:10. Our lineup for commenters: Amberly Stringer, Gina Arrington, Taryn Castrol, Karen Jepson, and then Holly Osborne-Horn. We'll reconvene at 9:10. As we continue public comment, we will start with Amberly Stringer, Gina Arrington, Taryn Castro, Carol Jepson, and then Holly Osborne Horn. Ms. Stringer, good evening.
Good evening. I identify as a hardworking, God-loving, tax-paying, proud parent of 2 little girls in this district. Before I get to my topic for tonight, which is more around equity, I want to slow down and correct the record from the May 25th meeting. I know you had mentioned it earlier in a rather hasty fashion. So I was the one that quoted from the Real World 7th edition and read about the penis tucking that was then mentioned on June 1st as disinformation and false, and rumors, actually. And so the record was corrected earlier tonight, but not in what I think was a very clear fashion. So I want to make sure that everyone understands that that was not No Place for Hate. That was read directly from a book that had been approved by this board and superintendent. It's my understanding now that they're looking at that again. This book needs to be taken out of curriculum, out of the materials to support curriculum. I'm not sure what policy or curriculum that book is intended to support. It is overtly political. It is very one-sided. It's aggressively targeting conservative viewpoints. And so my recommendation and ask of you is to read this book. It's, again, the Real World 7th edition. You can find it on Amazon. You can read about 85% of it there, or purchase it for yourself. The next topic I want to address is the equity training and lack of transparency and data to support it. I'm encouraged to hear about the parent roundtables and involvement. I think that's a great step, and it's about time. I also understand that Gemini has been put on hold. And I do want to say one more thing about the equity training. Most of the parents here support meeting kids where they are. In fact, I'm surprised we need a policy to allow our teachers to do that. That's an expectation that we've had all along. I spent the hour watching their training, and I was shocked about how much of the content focused on race. You've already heard that they called us a handful of vocal white parents. That's a microaggression against your largest stakeholders. I recommend that they are not only put on hold, but removed permanently. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Stringer. Gina Arrington is next, Taryn Castro, Carol Jepson, Holly Osborne Horn, and then Robert Marshall. Gina Arrington, I believe you're remote. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Arrington, please go ahead.
Okay. Please imagine, along with me, you're sitting at your child's or grandchild's special education IEP meeting. It's the last one of elementary school before middle school. Everyone is very nice, but you hate these meetings. The evaluation is over, including the one that the district paid for private evaluators to help figure out what the actual problems are and how to fix them. It's time for the goals. This part is always has you on edge, wondering if this is the year they will look different. The reading goal is first, and as usual, you are crushed. 6 years of school and over 1,000 hours of specialized instruction just for reading, several different special education teachers, and the goal is the very same goal that he had in first grade. It's a basic reading, basic sounding out words, short vowels, magic E, vowel teams in one and maybe eventually 2 syllable words. He only has to get 3 words out of 4 correct. What? What have they been doing with him? Are the school's teachers not trained or coached? They don't know how to do step-by-step instruction with what's called structured reading. 1,000 hours, and this is all he gets. You're thinking about crawling under the table and how to escape. We recently met with the Director of Special Education to talk about the district providing funds for intensive tutoring over the summer and the next school year at the very least. We found an amazing tutor who knows her stuff and not only is making progress with him week to week, but he loves going. The tutor is charging below our market rate of $80 to $100 an hour for qualified tutors, only $65 an hour. but it seems like the special director's hands are tied by the district. She's not allowed to pay more than $45 an hour. So I'm here to talk to you about equity policy plan, and that has been discussed in recent months, about kids with disabilities in particular. Not only do we need to be training our teachers how to effectively teach dyslexic kids, but we also need to remember the definition of accessibility in the policy, which refers to the ability of all students and families to have complete and reasonable opportunity to obtain school district programming and benefit, among them, disability or special education services. Our next step tomorrow is contacting Superintendent Wise, and I would hope that the board would encourage him to allow the director of special ed to pay for my grandson's tutoring in full. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Arrington. Taryn Castro is next, Carol Jepson, Holly Osborne-Horn, Robert Marshall, and Krista Mann. Taryn Castro, good evening.
Good evening. And I've been here several times. You do pronounce my name Taryn. I'll correct you because you'll probably see me a lot now. So I just wanted to read what I've seen with my own eyes on the Gemini Group's page. It is a group, an LLC, that's a consulting firm that helps city and state governments, state legislators, educational institutions, for-profit and not-for-profit organizations work to address and eliminate institutional and systemic inequities, most specifically starting with race through training and technical support. Quote unquote, our focus is on creating equity in outcomes. They do this by supporting training through implicit bias training, equity tools, which includes racial equity strategy plans, civil rights support, supervision and managerial leadership, and coaching and training. Mrs. James has extensive accolades, not one in any school that I can find where she talks about or provides data of the outcome of her strategies, although she has improved morale and it has increased employee leadership to be aware of civil rights equity matters. Mr. James, also extensive accolades and experience with government, it should be noted, his extensive connection to the Portland, Oregon government, and his connection with the Center for Progressive Leadership, focusing on training and developing progressive leaders. While his accolades do include university experience and teaching as an adjunct, he, again, has provided no data showing the impact of his teaching on said vulnerable population. So I'm really concerned and would like some information on what we're looking at getting from this Gemini group with numbers. If they are saying that we are having issues, I'd like to see what those number breakdowns are. They are not provided on any of their websites. Equal outcomes, which seems to be their big promotion. I would like to know what that means. Does that mean dropout rates are going to be lowered or at zero? Does that mean graduation rates will be raised or at 100%? Does that mean English proficiency will be raised? Math proficiency, science proficiency. The reason I identify all of these is because the leading students in our dropout rates, lower graduation rates, and insufficient reading, math, and science are our Black and brown students. So again, if we're going to use Gemini Group, how are they going to change those statistics? Because that's what I care about as a brown mother, despite what she looks like, as a mother of a daughter in this district. I want to know how you're addressing those inequities. It doesn't say from the Gemini Group. Well, I appreciate the passion of the teachers that spoke in favor of the equity policy. With all due respect, I'm sorry, but with all due respect,
Ms. Castro, thank you.
I'm going to use my equity right now.
Carol Jepson
as a
is
brown
next.
woman,
Ms.
and
Castro.
I'm going to tell you right now
Ms. Castro, I'm sorry.
that with all due respect, it looks like
Ms.
you're on
Castro.
a dangerous mind as a teacher and you're helping kids of
Carol
color.
Jepson is
You are not
next,
helping kids of
and
color by
Holly
telling them that they are
Osborne,
less than.
and
I am proof. I went to
Robert
Pueblo,
Marshall.
Colorado,
Ms.
District 60,
Castro,
a
I'm sorry.
failing school.
Ms.
I am
Castro.
proof that you do not need permission
Yes.
from white people to
Ms.
be
Castro,
excellent.
you need
Do not believe
to,
equity. It
Ms.
is
Castro,
not
you are no
true.
longer allowed to be at the podium. Carol Jepson, if you're here, please come up. And Holly Osborne Horn, Robert Marshall, and Krista Mann. Carol Jepson, I believe you're remote. Please go ahead. One more call for Carol Jepson. Are you there? Okay, Holly Osborne Horn, are you here?
Can you hear me?
Oh, so there she is. Carol Jepson, please go ahead.
I have a problem following instructions, I guess. So, thank you. I'm a Douglas County taxpayer, and I have not been involved before with the school district. However, I'm motivated to do so now. I'm passionate about upholding and protecting our freedoms as clearly stated in the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Because of that, I am against the critical race theory, which is another term for Marxism. The term Marxism would be a hard sell, so it has adopted non-threatening terms such as equity, social justice, diversity and inclusion, and culturally responsive teaching. I oppose my tax dollars being spent on the molding of our children to be taught to look at the color of one's skin, to know how to treat one another. In doing so, individuals are robbed of their God-given talents and their desire to achieve excellence and the freedom to make their own choices. We should be teaching our children how to think, not what to think. CRT is divisive and teaches hate. It's in direct opposition to and against our rights in the First Amendment, which protects citizens from compelled speech, the 14th Amendment, which provides equal protection under the law, and the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits public institutions from discriminating on the basis of race. It assumes and teaches that one person is better than another because of the color of their skin. The one that is assumed to be better is called the oppressor and therefore assumed to have more opportunities in life. I am here to tell you that nothing has been given to me or handed to me because of the color of my white skin. I have had to put forth effort in anything that I have endeavored to do, be it learning a new skill or getting a job. We are more alike than we are different. Why don't we focus on how we're alike, and unity will be a natural consequence of such a practice. For one, we all have a need to belong and to feel valued, none of which is supported by CRT. I expect our children to be taught reading, writing, and arithmetic in school. Parents are responsible for the moral upbringing of their children, and no one else, period. Take the politics out of school and let the kids be kids. Bring God back into school and say the Pledge of Allegiance daily. Keep the kids in school face-to-face. No mask, no required shot, no social distancing. Let the mask and the shot be a choice. As of June 16th, the CDC reports that the U.S. death count for children between 0 and 17 years of age is 322. Out of 328 million people, that's 0.0000098%. Children are the lowest risk of the population. The vaccine is still under emergency use. There have been no clinical trials or independent studies. Quit experimenting on our children, our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jepson. Holly Osborne Horn, are you here? Here she is. Then Robert Marshall, Krista Mann, and then Don Lee. Ms. Horn.
Good evening.
Good
I'm
evening.
here tonight to speak once again about the need for complete transparency from the board regarding the equity policy. I absolutely love the roundtables idea. That's fantastic. We would just like to know in detail what literature is planned to be used and what ideas are planned to be taught to our students. Without that, it is impossible for parents to support this endeavor. If the information we have to go on surrounding what the equity policy entails is taken from the Gemini group training, then it indicates the desire for all of the work we've done to get to a place of equality to be torn down brick by brick. We have come a long way on the subject of equality over the last 80 years, and to undo all of that hard work will be devastating. Douglas County is ready for equality, and we welcome it with open arms. We are not ready for equity and equal outcomes, as to guarantee equal outcomes even within the same household is impossible. We embrace all people, brown, black, white, gay, straight, special needs, and celebrate our differences. We just want to see all students lifted up. I am hopeful that before the beginning of the new school year, we will receive detailed information regarding the plan for this equity policy. We need the board to vote on the updated equity policy so we, the parents, know where each of you stand on this issue. Moving on to another subject, the current plan to return to school in the fall under normal conditions. At the last meeting, Director Holtzman asked the question of why the district can't require all students and faculty to receive the COVID-19 shot because you require many vaccinations. The answer is simple, because the COVID-19 shot has not been FDA approved. It is approved for emergency use only, and to require students and teachers to receive something that has not been tried and tested to the fullest extent is irresponsible, dangerous, uncalled for, and 100% wrong. The WHO doesn't even recommend the shot for children. The lack of FDA approval makes it completely different from the vaccines that are required. I beg of you to please not throw any surprises on the parents and students at the last minute in late July or August. If you go into any large store in Douglas County, you will see at least 90% of the customers not wearing masks. The COVID numbers are not rising, so there is no need for masks or mandatory vaccines. There seems to be a bit of a running theme tonight, the need for transparency. If you're interested in joining us on the journey to gain transparency and balance on the school board, please go to kidsfirstdcsd.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Robert Marshall, I believe you are remote. Krista Mann, Don Lee, May Ramos, and Tina De Los Santos. Mr. Marshall, are you there? One more call out for Robert Marshall. Are you there? Okay. We will skip Mr. Marshall for now. Krista Mann, are you there? There she is, Miss Mann. Thank you. Don Lee, May Ramos, Tina De Los Santos, and then Laureen Bull. Ms. Mann, good evening.
Good evening. I am the parent of a DCSD student, and I'm coming before you tonight to show my support for the normal reopening plan for school this fall and to address the equity policy. I do believe that Superintendent Weiss, that you are on the right track here with the recommended reopening suggestions, asking for no masks. I would ask that no quarantine be implemented for healthy, symptom-free students. And I think that our students missed far too many days of school and therefore opportunities by being quarantined as healthy, symptom-free individuals this year. And while vaccination is indeed a personal medical decision, I would also ask DCSD to stop pushing the experimental vaccine on students 18 and under. The World Health Organization states more evidence is needed on the use of the different COVID vaccines in children to be able to make general recommendations on vaccinating children against COVID-19. I ask that you stop pushing this agenda on our students of asking them to get vaccinated. Speaking of agendas, let's talk about the equity policy. That has no place in Douglas County School District. It treats students as members of identity groups and trains students to think that the system owes them equal outcomes. This flies in the face of personal responsibility. There was much talk tonight about proficiency levels, and from the own presentations, we can see that DCSD is at a 52% reading proficiency and 45% for math. Only in education are these percentages allowable. If I ran my business with a 45 to 52% proficiency rating, I wouldn't be in business anymore. If an employee outside of education operated at a 45 to 52% proficiency ratio, they would no longer be employed. But we're supposed to accept these ratios because they're higher than the national average. This is not acceptable. We can do better. This shows a lack of proficiency on the part of Douglas County School District. And you are showing with your own statistics that you can't afford to take a moment away from educating on the basics in our school to implement social justice. You can't do that. You insist that equity is not critical race theory, but the teachings of the district prove otherwise, and this community is not falling for your rhetoric. This community, one of the most highly educated, you're not going to fool us. We are in tune to this, we're looking at this, and we're telling you overwhelmingly, we do not want this. The board needs to listen. I fully support racial, gender, LGBTQ equality. I'm coming from a place of egalitarian principles and not bigotry. But I will not stand by and allow the district to indoctrinate my child.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Don Lee is next. Don Lee, I believe you are remote. Mary Ramos, Tina De Los Santos, Laureen Bowl, and Matt Cassidy. Mr. Lee, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Don Lee, and I have 3 kids in Douglas County School District. Frankly, who isn't for fair treatment of individuals, regardless of their race, gender, disabilities? So I am confused when I read that the equity policy's goals are that all students, regardless of their race, gender, social, academic status, disabilities, are taken care of. Are they not currently? Are you saying that this district, starting from this board, superintendent, administrators, school principals, and teachers have not treated the students fairly and equally? I heard many teachers admitting tonight that they need this policy in order for them to treat all kids fairly. So now your remedy for this is to indoctrinate innocent kids and shaming them for their immutable characteristics. Can we all agree that the district's job is to help our kids to reach their full academic potentials? The disagreement is how we go about doing that. In the beginning of this meeting, I keep hearing each and every student. Well, each and every student cease to exist in equity and no place for hate, which advocates group identity foremost. What you are proposing punishes the achievers and bring down everyone until finally equity is achieved. That way you can pat yourself on the back and tell yourself, job well done, without having any accountability to the students, parents, community, and to the academic standards. By pursuing equity and no place for hate policies, my kids will be bullied, shamed, victimized, and robbed of their education, thus their future. And socioeconomic status of the parents will keep them in this district and not in the private schools. So you see, in the name of equity and justice, you are doing exactly the thing that you are fighting against. History has shown time and time again, when they try to achieve equity in society, you will only get misery, poverty, and suffering. It will be no different in education. Equity will be achieved when all kids are underachieving and thinking as a mindless robots. If you truly care about the kids, let's put the kids first. This also includes no masks, no restrictions, and no mandatory vaccines, as there are no data and studies as to their effectiveness and side effects. As you open this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, be sincere in upholding the ideas of individual liberty and founding principles of this great nation. Frankly, I am offended that most monolithic group who identifies themselves as privileged, oppressors, and victimizers are offended for me and now coming out as my champions and speaking for me. If I have an issue, I will speak for myself. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak my mind tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. May Ramos, Tina De Los Santos, Laureen Bowl, Matt Cassidy, and Mark Mandel. Ms. Ramos, good evening.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
¿Alguien puede interpretarme?
I'm sorry?
¿Alguien puede interpretarme?
Please go ahead.
So I speak English, actually. I just want to say how I feel many times that, there's not support. But where is it coming from? I often wonder. I am here to propose something, actually, and it's something that I've been working on, and it's called the end of racism. Have we spoke about it at school? Or how do we finish? Or, I am multiracial, but I have a kid and family who looks white. I am of African descendant. And how do I expect to be treated? How do I expect to be treated? Or how am I going to teach my kid according to this race theory? I sincerely think I grew up in a very old school, which is 122 years old at the time, and I've been coached by the greatest teachers for my life history. I am a happy individual, and I don't think your proposed race theory is going to work, because we don't supposed to look at people by race, if not, help them to be the individuals that they were born to be. And also, I had a question for you. How does this race theory match your oath to the Constitution of the United States and the service that you are providing to our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Tina De Los Santos, Lorraine Bowl, Matt Cassidy, Mark Mandel, and Chris Ryman. Ms. De Los Santos, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Corey. I really appreciate you presenting that you'll be engaging the community. It's much needed with the roundtable discussions. If you guys really mean this, I'd ask you to put a pause on the equity policy implementation until these roundtable discussions can take place. I'd also ask you to put a pause on the No Place for Hate program and any other tenets, existing or new, of social justice lessons to ensure the intent and implementation align closer to what parents and taxpayers of this county want. I am also requesting a plan be implemented to catch up the students on academics missed and to start striving toward academic excellence. Math and reading should be the main agenda items that we are all talking about. If we could put half as much effort into reading and math that is being spent on equity, imagine the academic excellence from our children. In regards to the communication by the board and by the district sent to parents that we are spreading misinformation, let me just point out how your actions have proven contrary and that, in fact, you are promoting racism unnecessarily, hiding your true intent. June 3rd, 2020, district website promotes critical race theory. The article has promoted teaching children as young as 2 years old to internalize racial bias. Another which claims the white boys cannot experience racism or sexism because they are not subject to oppressive structures and practices. Number 2, No Place for Hate. This is promoting bigotry, judging on external differences, apply different rules to different groups. This document is deceitful and full of misinformation. Although we keep hearing this is an optional program, the presentation to our children is anything but optional, up to and including being sent and threatened to the principal's office. That's not optional. Number 3, unanimously approved the book, The Real World, which promotes racism, Marxism, and teeters on pornography to minors. You showed your hand on the original equity policy draft with the myth of mediocrity and systematic racism. Both of these terms are tenets of critical race theory. On March 23rd, you tried justifying these terms by spinning it back on the lack of understanding by the community. Believe me, we understand. Hired one of the most racist companies I've ever heard give a presentation, the Gemini Group. The equity team pushed forward with the Gemini Group training after you guys wordsmithed what the equity policy would be. So did this group go rogue? I doubt it. Make no mistake, we are parents, not white parents. We are parents and taxpayers. We are members of this community, and we are standing up and saying there is no place for racism, Marxism to be taught in Douglas County schools, and we happen to be representative of many different backgrounds, so stop trying to fit us into these racial boxes. On 6/1 Board of Education meeting, the equity team showed no inclusion of our concerns, even heaped on their support for the Gemini Group, knowing that this group pushed ideas of systematic oppression among other race-based theories that the Board of Education expressly removed from the equity policy. In conclusion, we've been watching, listening, and paying very close attention to your actions.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos.
It is way past time to get
Lorraine
back to
Bowl
academics.
is next, then Matt Cassidy, Mark Mandel, Chris Ryman, and then Leah Raffaelli. Lorraine Bowl, good evening.
Good evening. During the last few board meetings, several speakers commented about pulling their kids out of DCSD neighborhood schools due to the district's recent focus on equity. We decided to survey our community to get a better handle on how many families already have or are considering pulling their kids out of neighborhood schools because of policies or curriculum that are viewed as divisive. Through various social media groups and email distribution lists, we estimate that we reached 1,000 community members and asked that only parents who are concerned about divisive policies respond to our survey. We received responses from 146 families, representing 340 children, about half of whom have already found alternatives for their children this coming school year, and the other half are actively seeking alternatives. When presented with a list of reasons of why they sought or are seeking alternatives, the number 1 and 2 reasons were concerns about what would transpire after the adoption of the equity policy, followed by concerns about what would transpire after the Gemini Group training session. I think this speaks to the fears and concerns expressed by our community that are not being mitigated. We have been asking for answers to several questions for months, and the fact that they've not been answered is disheartening. What problem is the equity policy solving for? What are the intended outcomes of this policy? Is DCSD trying to achieve equality of outcomes? Do you expect our kids to become social justice activists? Instead of reading, quote, misinformation about the DCSD educational equity policy was corrected in the BOE meeting summary email, we want to hear definitive counters to the concerns that we've been expressing. We want to hear answers to questions like the following. Does DCSD strive to achieve equitable outcomes for all? Does DCSD believe that intentions of actions do not matter? Does DCSD support the ideology that the dominant culture of white, straight, able-bodied Christian men needs to be challenged? Does DCSD believe that our systems are systemically biased and need to be changed? Does DCSD believe that teachers should support students in becoming social justice activists? Our concerns are based on the messaging that was disseminated during the Professional Development Day in April, and staying silent on these issues could be construed as implicit acceptance. Families are leaving DCSD because when you don't explicitly speak against a divisive ideology, what else can they do but assume that you support it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowl. Matt Cassidy, Mark Mandel, Chris Ryman, Leah Raffaelli, and Liz Wagner. Mr. Cassidy, good evening.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for your work and for listening to us here tonight. My name is Matt Cassidy. I have 2 young children in DCSD right now. I'm here again tonight to address the implementation of the educational equity policy. First, I want to once again thank the board for encouraging ongoing transparency with regard to the implementation. I'm glad to see that the board continues to ask that Mr. Wise be here sharing the district's plan with us, and that Mr. Wise continues to show up and engage on this topic. In looking at the slides that accompanied Mr. Wise's presentation tonight, I was struck by a few things. First, I think there's a messaging issue for parents that I hope might be a quick win for uniting parents with the district if it were addressed, and my suspicions are correct. Next, the plans for the summer and first quarter district leadership team, and finally, our iReady results. First, with respect to that messaging issue, it became stark to me as we were listening to Mr. Wise transition from talking about the educational equity to his next topic, parent engagement benchmarking, that in the educational equity section of his slides, the only mention of parents was a single reference to our ability to review syllabi. The rest of the slides, all of the meeting slides, and the educational equity policy itself refer to engaging, quote, community members. Obviously, parents are not just community members. It's clear that you know that, given the lengths to which you've gone to describe parent engagement. And I think the messaging on equity has missed the mark by not expressly welcoming parents and their input to the table, specifically by name. I hope it's just a messaging issue and that you do fully want parents to be a key constituency with respect to educational equity. If you do, say so, and more importantly, do so. Next, it was striking that developing a purpose statement for the educational equity policy was slated for the summer and first quarter. It's not a problem because of what it is, it's a problem because of when it is. The fact that to date no one has articulated a particular problem that we're trying to solve with the educational equity policy has many of us, to coin a term, flummoxed. I've been here the last several meetings and have shared with you that I and so many of us who are speaking up on the policy truly do want an educational environment free from unlawful discrimination that sets every student up for educational success, regardless of the student's background or characteristics. But before we implement a policy that has occupied as much bandwidth as this one has, and appears that it will continue at the summer summit, shouldn't we have defined the problem we were trying to solve? And should there have been some evidence that the training that we're doing will actually be effective at solving this problem? Much of the evidence on equity training indicates that it doesn't have much of a long-term effect and may even increase division. That brings me to the final item I wanted to talk about, iReady data. It indicates that our results in reading and math have stagnated and regressed respectively since 2018 and 2019. Credit to you for sharing that data with us, and I totally respect the difficulties that faced this district as a result of COVID. But my primary point is that there's no shortage of academic work to do here. This district's mission is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential. Its top indicator of success is academic excellence.
Thank you, Mr.
I just urge the board to get back to those things. Thank you.
Very good. Mark Mendel is next, Chris Ryman, Leah Raffaelli, Liz Wagner, and Mark Cucarola. Mr. Mendel.
Yes, thanks for having me tonight, everybody.
Good evening.
I am humbled by the discourse that I've heard tonight for other folks that are also against critical race theory. I think it really comes down to just a couple things that I can add at this point as I do more homework. with these folks. First off, transparency is a great start. We've got some of it here tonight. One of the transparent things to me was the specifics of singling out different kids' challenges by skin color and special needs. I should mention I have two children in Douglas County schools right now. I took the risk to put them back in Douglas County schools this year. At different times, I've had each of them in private schools. What I really want to point out was something that's not really mentioned a lot, and I'm going to be speaking to those parents that also agree with me on critical race theory being Marxist. I'm a student of history. Some of the things I'd love to say will escapes me with the short time frame involved, so I'll just say a couple of things. The Founding Fathers believed in God, and all of our founding documents were based off Christian principles. Look at the Declaration of Independence, Article 1 of the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address, and other historic documents. Specifically, Article 1 says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. We have been prohibited for quite some time on mentioning God. I offer this thought, and then I had one thought on the lockdown from COVID. So what happens when we throw away the Word of God? What happens when we don't love our neighbors as ourselves? And I say this to the school board here, we need healing. What happens when we all strive to be our own God? Perhaps now is the time to remember the simple, powerful truth. God loves the sinner, every one of us, and hates sin. He loves every black person. He loves every white person. He loves every male, every female, every Muslim, unborn baby, LGBTQ person, and he loves perhaps the most imperfect person of all, the Christian. The Constitution, and I'll leave this thought here, the Constitution limits the use of God in the Bible while promoting its ideas in the most beautiful way. It allows people to use their God-given will, whether they know it or not, to come to Him on their own free will with love and respect. The Constitution is the bridge, and we're not using it here. See, I'm short on time, so I'm going to quote the bill from the Bill of Rights, Article 10, in terms of the COVID lockdown. The power is not delegated by the United States, by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. That's where the lockdown should have been in the first place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Chris Ryman is next. Leah Raffaele, Liz Wagner, Mark Cucarola, and Lisa Mason. Chris Ryman, are you here tonight?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ryman, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. I wanted to thank you for some of the recent decisions regarding terminating the Gemini Group training and show my support for plans to normalize the schooling next year, getting back to learning without masks and regardless of vaccination status. I wanted to point out the sad and unprofessional response from Gemini Group, and I believe that really shows their true colors and shows our community that we need more vetting and more transparency of anything being brought into our schools for teachers and students. In addition, the Gemini Group response demonstrates that we should not have a relationship with them at all. We need to ensure we have more transparency, especially in regard to things like the No Place for Hate and any equity, diversity, and inclusion programs, any curriculum changes and materials and staff training. And by transparency, I don't mean after the fact, I mean up front so parents can be included in the decisions because they do impact our children. All of these items have created a huge distraction from academic excellence and have caused a lot of confusion. For example, everyone seems to have a different definition of what equity means to them, which seems like it will inevitably lead to more division. I would like to see more focus being put on improving academics and restoring Douglas County School District to a top-ranked school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryman. Leah Raffaele, Liz Wagner, Mark Cucarola, Lisa Mason, and Julie Lamb. Ms. Raffaele. I'm probably not pronouncing your last name correctly. I apologize.
No, it was close. My name is Leo Raffaele, and I have 4 kids attending Douglas County School District. I am here today to demand that critical race theory be banned from being taught in the school system. The Denver Gazette recently had an article about the fight to ban critical race theory in a neighboring district, 49 in Colorado Springs. The article quoted a professor, apparently not associated with the school board, extensively in an effort to water down the theory so it may seem harmless or at least weak, similar to some of the public comments I heard tonight. However, critical race theory is Marxist in nature, which is a political program based on the theory of class struggle. The idea is for the working class or the subjugated class to rise up, to overthrow the capitalists, and usher in a new socialist society. During the 20th century, a number of regimes underwent Marxist-style revolutions, and each ended in disaster, and over 100 million lives were lost. America never had workers' revolutions due to large middle classes and rapidly improving standards of living. Americans never developed a sense of class consciousness or class division. Most Americans believe in the American dream, the idea that we can transcend origins through education, hard work, and good citizenship. So the Marxists substituted race for class and sought to create a revolutionary coalition based on racial and ethnic categories. The early proponents of this theory were defeated in the 1960s by the civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King. Critical race theory is an academic discipline formulated in the 1990s based on identity-based Marxism. There are a series of euphemisms employed by its supporters, including equity and others mentioned tonight, because they realized that neo-Marxism would be a hard sell. Equity sounds non-threatening and is easily confused with the American principle of equality. The distinction is vast and important. Equality, the principle contained in the Declaration of Independence, defended in the Civil War and codified into law in the 14th and 15th Amendments, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Voting Rights Act of 1965 is rejected by critical race theory. On the other hand, equity is little more than reformulated Marxism. In the schools, critical race theory has become a means to obtain equal results for all rather than results based on merit. This robs our children of a very important component of being American, the rewards of hard work. It teaches our children they are inherently less or even abusive due to something they have no control over, the color of their skin. It teaches our children they and their parents do not deserve their status in life because they were given it due to their appearance. It teaches our children they do not deserve to speak their mind, nor should they dare to have an opinion that differs from the mob without risking punishment. How is that different than slavery? How is that different than segregation? Don't let the euphemisms fool you. Critical race theory is racist and destructive at its roots and has no place in our schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Verfelli. Liz Wagner, I believe you are remote. Mark Cucarola, Lisa Mason, Julie Lamb, and Michael Francavilla. Liz Wagner, are you there?
Okay, I think I figured.
Yep.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Wagner, please go ahead.
All right, perfect. Good evening, directors. I appreciate this opportunity to address you this evening. There have been significant changes in personnel within upper leadership within the district, and this creates an opportunity to improve the culture and climate of the district as a system that really does exist for the sole purpose of educating our children. What stands before you as a Board of Education and your new superintendent and his cabinet is an opportunity. Some would say this opportunity has been a long time coming. The reality, however, is that while the faces of many positions have changed, the culture and climate remains. It will require intentional leadership and accountability to ensure that the culture and climate moves to that of a service organization, ensuring that every student in DCSD is provided with an equitable opportunity to reach their full potential. Which brings me to my passion, special education. It is my passion because I've raised a student with a disability. Special education parents have come to realize that when they hire an advocate for their child, they are able to preserve their energy for being a parent, not a legal expert on IDEA. So why is it then that within the district, there is a perception that parents who bring advocates are the ones creating legal issues for the district? I would propose the district perform some self-reflection regarding this. Is it the parents who have created legal issues, or is it the district's own culture and climate that has cultivated this toxic perception of advocates over time? When Superintendent Fagan was here, we had one attorney employed full-time. We now have 3. We request that parents solve the problem at the source closest to the problem, except that's not the district's approach with parents. The district's approach with SPED parents is that of antagonist. This needs to change. I'd like to read some quotes from the district's legal counsel. Quote, I love working with teachers, making sure they feel supported in their work. I love fighting their battles for them and being the lightning rod with cranky opposing counsel or irate parents. Let them attack me rather than the teachers. And another, quote, I have an important oral argument coming up in a case in federal court. It's a big deal. There's a lot on the line and I feel a huge amount of pressure to do well, and I don't have anything to wear. The case being referred to, it's the case of Andrew F. versus DCSD that was remanded back to federal court by the Supreme Court of the United States. DCSD lost that case, by the way. An opportunity lies before this district, an opportunity to embrace the parents as the people who want their children to learn to read and understand math. The parents are not the adversary. Does Chick-fil-A bring an attorney to the drive-through window when a customer is frustrated? No, they resolve the issue. Partner with parents, partner with advocates. If the district truly desires to provide an equitable education for students with special needs, it starts with you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Mark Cucarola is next, and then Lisa Mason, Julie Lamb, Michael Francavilla, Meredith Likes. Mark Cucarola, are you here tonight? See no. Lisa Mason, are you here? All right. Good evening, Ms. Mason.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about COVID vaccines. Corey, I do want to say thank you for proposing that the district does not require COVID vaccinations for the 21-22 school year. I am here on behalf of my family and other DCSD families and friends who are unable to attend tonight. I am very passionate about this topic as there are still so many unknowns to this vaccine. Our government's job is to make this vaccine available, not require it. And your job is to make sure our children are educated. I've been paying attention to our federal, state, and local governments over the past several years, and the biggest blessing COVID has brought to myself and many others is an awakening. It is not your job or responsibility to infringe on our medical freedoms in order to educate our children. Through all the inconsistencies that have been communicated about COVID-19, there's one thing that remains consistent. Children are not at risk of receiving or spreading this virus. At this point, all those who have chosen to get vaccinated have. If the vaccine works, then why do my children need to be vaccinated? Per the CDC website and the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the emergency authorized vaccines, not FDA-approved vaccines, have killed more people in the first 3 months than all vaccines combined over the last 15 and a half years. Medical professionals have announced and seen an uptick in miscarriages from women who have taken the vaccine. There's also record that some people are having strokes and getting blood clots after getting the vaccine. Medical professionals have also announced that a potential side effect is sterilization. Sterilization. My stomach churns when I see your emails announcing vaccine locations and urging parents to get their children vaccinated. For these reasons, I will not have my children vaccinated to attend at DCSD or any other school requiring it for that matter. If you make this mandatory, I will pull my 2 children and encourage others to do the same. Respectfully, please remember my name and my face because I will be back. As a mother, God gave me a voice and the strength to protect my children and encourage others to do the same. I won't stop protecting my children and the children and parents after me who don't even know what they're in for yet. My advice to you is focus on current reading, writing, and arithmetic proficiency scores and improving them, and stop infringing on our individual rights as parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Julie Lamb is next. Michael Francavilla, Meredith Likes, Erica Devlin. Ms. Lamb, good evening.
Hi, my name is Julie Lamb, taxpayer of Douglas County, mother of 4 graduates, and DCSD volunteer and advocate. I'm speaking tonight to address DCSD's noncompliance of district policies in support of the equity policy. DCSD parents are hit brick wall after brick wall in their attempts to advocate for their children. We try to follow your policies, but the district makes it impossible by manipulating the process and changing the rules on parents the entire time. DCSD staff, administration, cabinet, through the Board of Ed drag things out until parents give up, move their kids out, or they graduate. In January of 2020, just months after my child was bullied by some here, I was invited by the Board of Ed president with several supportive parents to engage and collaborate and updating the policy KE. As I thought I knew it, being a parent, not a legal expert, was a policy for parents of citizens to file complaints regarding concerns of situations they or their students have experienced. It is not. However, the new and improved policy was supposed to be updated as of March 2020. It is almost July 2021, and it is still not finalized. It is curious why. The job of DCSD Board of Ed is to hire and supervise one person, the superintendent, and to create, form, and reform policies. It appears this KE policy update, while I've been asking since January 27th, 2020, when will it be finalized? It keeps being pushed to the back burner. I could understand COVID for a short time, but everyone still worked. I could understand the issues of leadership, but that's been an issue for 12 years and 5 suits. This is not a confident look for our Board of Ed going into an election season. I filed a complaint on November 20th of 2020. The assistant superintendent finalized it on May 7th, 2021. It was changed on me from KE complaint policy to a policy AC1 complaint without informing me, communicating with me about the process, policy, or agreement to change the process on my complaint. Bottom line, there is not transparent process for parents to file a complaint. There's not a process that exists in DCSD that is not manipulated to fit in the district's game of wearing families down. I was told I had 10 days to appeal the decision after reaching out to the superintendent 4 times, in which I requested to escalate it in the next steps in DCSD's policy KE. The superintendent, all the time, this board said they're interested and wanted to hear about the parents' concerns. Are they afraid of what is happening behind closed doors in this district, that you just don't want to follow your own policies to hear the truth and have to address the issues? It is concerning to me, and it should be to our public, taxpayers, and students and parents. Switching gears a bit, I wanted to support and yet challenge this board on your equity policy. You failed to.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Michael Francavilla, Meredith Likes, Erica Devlin, and Andy Jones. Michael Francavilla, are you here? Or I think you're on remote. Michael, are you on remote?
I am, yes.
Please go ahead, sir.
I appreciate this time to speak to the board. I want to speak out against implementing this equity policy. I am a longtime taxpayer in Douglas County, a parent, and allow 4 of my children to be educated in the district. Just like the other parents speaking out tonight, I will defend my children from harm. Every member of this board is clearly championing a cause that promotes active resentment and fosters hostility within our learning environment among students and staff of Douglas County School District. It appears to me to be doing this under the guise of a false compassion with a cult-like rhetoric. By introducing this divisive training, this board is putting parents like me in a position that is entirely inappropriate. You're not allowing parents to opt out or even disagree. I don't feel heard. I don't hear this board acknowledging the concerns that so many parents are speaking to. But instead, what is apparently going to happen is that you're going to attempt to overwhelm the entire learning environment, so no other points of view are tolerated. I can only conclude that you think you know better for me than I do for my own children. You do not. This board works at the pleasure of the people of Douglas County, Colorado. This type of action shows a board that does not have the best interest of students in mind. In fact, it is an abuse of the voters' trust, who are now paying very close attention to your actions and your inactions. It also appears to be an abuse of our children, the students entrusted to be educated in the 3 R's. We want our children to learn that only one of the 3 R's actually starts with R. Instead of spending their time focused on what is different about their outward appearances, we want them focused on what is important, the content of their character, and to perform to the best of their ability in excellence. To do otherwise is promoting a mentality of oppressors and victims. We don't want you telling our kids what to think. We want you teaching them how to think. Trying to make all kids equally successful is not a wise use of the scarce resources that have been entrusted to you. It is a foolish and wasteful exercise trying to remake the world as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Francavilla. Next is Meredith Likes, Erica Devlin, and Andy Jones. Mr. Jones, you're reading on behalf of Meredith Likes?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed.
My name is Andy Jones, and I've been asked to read a heartfelt comment from Meredith Likes, a parent from Castle Pines. Good evening, my name is Meredith Likes, and my children attend Douglas County Schools, and I don't plan on giving up on this school district. A friend of mine attended your candidate informational meeting last Thursday night, led by Directors Ray and Meek, as well as Superintendent Wise. While the discussion was informational on the hows and mechanics around being a candidate, it was the comment made by Director Meek when a question came up about how they deal with public comment that really has me angry, her angry. She replied in a dispassionate tone about how parents and community members will comment about a certain issue, and then following week, another set of parents will comment, leading to another set of parents being called on to comment, and that after a while, they hear the same thing over and over and over and essentially tune out the message. Well, wasn't it ironic when last week someone must have heard your call for support and David Ray's campaign manager spoke from online in support of your equity policy, reading written comments from 2 people who would not read in person? Oh, the irony. If this is true, that you are not able to focus on each and every comment as the human standing in front of you speaks, then I wonder if this is the right job for you. Are you insinuating, directors, that we are not here at our own motivation and therefore just mind-numbed robots answering to call from some of our leaders? No, we are not here because we see and hear what is happening around our country. No, we are here because we see and hear what is happening around our country. We are watching our children on Zoom school and shaking our fists at the screen while the damage is being done. We as parents have been asleep for too long, and this past year awakened us, finally. So please hear our words and see our faces. Understand that we have extremely high expectations going back to this school year, just weeks away. We are watching you. I'm fighting for my kids' education and will work hard to bring a balanced approach and viewpoint to this board. Whoever they are, I will be supporting the candidates that listen to parent voices, honor our teachers, and put kids first. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, on behalf of Meredith Likes. Erica Devlin, are you here? Good evening, Ms. Devlin.
Good evening. I've been a resident in Highlands Ranch for over 16 years and have 2 kids that were educated and graduated from Douglas County School District Public Schools. I am here as a concerned citizen, taxpayer, and supporter of the current parents in Douglas County School District that are questioning the CRT and No Place for Hate programs. I fully support transparency and accountability to parents of Douglas County of how equity education will improve kids' abilities in reading, writing, and math, and how our future generations will compete with the rest of the world in a global economy. I was really surprised to see that only 45% math proficiency mid or on grade level and 52% reading proficiency on or on grade level. This is not acceptable. Politics do not belong in the schools. Teachers, administrators, and the board need to be accountable to the parents about what is being taught to their kids. It is not the school's responsibility to teach kids to be social justice warriors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin. And Andy Jones, I assume speaking on behalf of Andy Jones.
That is correct. For the record, it is 10:10 at night. My name is Andy Jones, and tonight I speak as a concerned citizen. My personal pronouns are veteran, American, and sir to those who are under 21. Tonight, I raise the alarm bell for the brain drain leaving this district and at alarming rates. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Under your watch, we lost a fantastic HR director and counsel. Truly one of the finest chief financial officers left to a nearby competitor. Our chief information officer, who filled in as your chief operating officer, left to go to another school district. He was truly one of the most gifted men, and that is a loss to this district. But now, a true gut punch to this community is the loss of our district security officer, Mr. Rich Payne. The man who speaks nationally about school safety, the man responsible for keeping our children safe every day, year after year, the man who was nearly the first on scene at the STEM school shooting and saved countless lives that day. That man who each of us should know his name for the umbrella of protection he provided for our kids. Yet tonight, he has left our district for employment in a neighboring community, and we are the worse for that loss. Why did not everything be done to retain his services? This is a board that has never focused on physical safety. I looked back over the past year of agendas and found not a single mention about physical safety in a planning session or work session. Directors, you just lost your assistant superintendent in charge of safety programs and your director of safety, and we never hear you mention the issue of physical safety of our kids. We still don't know why 80% of the $7 million granted by the Douglas County to this district has not been spent. And this is 2 years after the STEM shooting. One final question. Why have you never thanked Rich Payne for his years of service? He leaves here at the end of the month. Why is he not being lauded in front of this community? A man who has protected our children. He deserves that. Superintendent Wise, you have an enormous set of shoes to fill, and the task as important as a selection of even another superintendent. Put our kids first when it comes to safety. Find somebody qualified as soon as possible. We demand this. Please put kids first in Douglas County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, I think that brings to close public comment. A couple things. One is I do want to just say that we do hear the fears. We do hear the concerns. I really feel like that Mr. Weiss's plan for how to increase parent engagement does apply to this whole notion of educational equity. I also want to point out just some other policies that I think it's important for the community to know are also part of the collection of policies that help guide how we educate children. Those policies include Policy AC, which talks about non-discrimination and harassment. Policy JB, that talks about equal access to educational opportunities. Those policies are just as important as an educational equity policy. So I just want to also steer the community's attention to all the policies because together they make up what we believe is a situation that ensures that students are getting the best possible education. The last thing I just want to encourage our community to also recognize is to read the educational equity policy
order.
and to really help us understand the words in the policy that are concerning. We understand that there's programs that need more attention, and we certainly understand that that we have some work, our staff have some work to really share more and help people understand the purpose of staff development or the purpose of a program. So know that we hear that, and I really believe that Superintendent Wise and his staff have plans for that. I also just want to end with our mission of this district is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach their potential, their individual potential. Nothing in that mission statement talks about equal outcomes or the expectation that everyone has an equal outcome. And so I just want to, again, just reiterate some other policies that make up our policy book just to help provide you some additional information to really explore and look at. The final thing is I also want to just reiterate that certainly Mr. Weiss's plan for returning is not Mr. Weiss's plan, that's the district's plan. We work on that together, it's our plan. And so I just want to make sure that you understand that as a board, we delegate the operational responsibilities to Superintendent Weiss. And so when he speaks about plans, we also assume that he's done all the proper vetting and he's paid attention to all the guardrails around policy that's been put in place to ensure that students are safe. So I want to end with just that clarification as well. So with that, we will bring public comment to a close. Thank you, one and all, for your passionate comments tonight. Board directors, next on our agenda is the adoption of the consent agenda, which includes several items, including the approval of the First Amendment to Aspen View Academy Charter School contract, the approval of a resolution regarding the appointment of the designated election official, approval of a resolution authorizing extension of the sunset date of the Mill and Bond Oversight and Ad Hoc Committee, approval of a resolution authorizing suit against the Colorado School District Self-Insurance Pool, an approval of a resolution regarding definition of actively engaged in the educational process and student attendance for the 21-22 school year, approval of participation in the State Treasurer's Interest Loan Program, approval of addendum for additional design work for Cunningham Associates for the Hills Drive realignment at the Pine Drive School site, approval of a resolution for superintendent cabinet member contracts, approval of a Phase 2 initial guaranteed maximum price for charter school capital improvement projects, and approval of a change order to Pine Lane North's fire alarm project, and approval of a change order for Weber Industries for Pine Lane North electrical transformer. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Director Lung?
I would like to take number 21, approval of resolutions for superintendent's cabinet member contracts out from the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with 21 removed?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Director Long, seconded by Director Holtzman. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Just to confirm, we're voting to remove 21 from the consent agenda?
We're moving to adopt the entire consent agenda with the exception of number 21.
So,
Director
so it's
Holtzman?
my understanding that any director can remove something from the consent agenda
Okay.
as one director.
Right.
So
we're not
that
voting,
already happened.
Thank you, Director Holtzman. We're not approving the removal of it. We're approving the remaining consent agenda items.
And then we're coming back to 21 separate, or are we just voting on it as part of the consent agenda?
Then 21 will be discussed immediately after the approval of the remaining consent agenda items.
Got it. Aye.
Director Holtzman?
Aye.
Director Long?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
And Director Ray is an aye. So those items, with the exception of 21, have been approved. So 21 is the approval of resolution for superintendent member contracts. Director Long, that's your item. I'll turn it over to you.
For transparency reason, I think I would like to be discuss and highlight, first of all, to see a difference between, so my understanding is resolutions is to approve the attachment, the people for their positions, but there's nothing mentioned about the contract. So are we also impulsively delegate authority to the superintendents to write whatever contract that he seem fit? Because in the past practice, we do attach, the contract, as a part of the process. So I just want to get some clarifications on this, and if indeed we assign him to responsible for the contract, I would love to see what kind of difference between the current contract and the previous contract, just for the public, knowledge and informations, because I think our cabinet members certainly deserve, whatever, they will get, but it will also be good for the public to understand, how we compare with the other school district when we're paying our, cabinet member. Thank you.
So Director Long, just to answer your first question, in the resolution, it's stated that the superintendent of schools is hereby authorized on behalf of the board to extend offers of written employment contracts to those members listed on attachment A. So it does speak to that is delegating to the superintendent of schools to extend those contracts. It's really a parallel kind of process that we do with our teachers. As you know, we don't post all our 3,000, 4,000 teacher contracts to our agenda, but we do delegate that responsibility to our chief human resource officer and to Superintendent Wise to extend those contracts. As far as the actual contractual parameters, as hopefully you know, each board director has been informed in terms of what those parameters are that Mr. Wise is proposing. So that's, I guess, in terms of your question about what are we approving tonight, we're approving the resolution that gives the superintendent of schools the authority to extend those contracts.
Well,
please.
So since the contract is not being attached, like I believe, in the previous, years, I think I would love for the superintendents to at least make a highlight and comparison. And is there any changes from this year compared to the last year in terms of, the contract templates, just for total transparency purpose? And how does it compare our pay for the cabinets with the surrounding, school district?
And I'll turn that over if Mr. Weiss has any comments about that, but I will remind you, Director Lung, that we did receive through our legal counsel a comparison of the current contract language versus the new one. So just again.
Well, again, President Ray, we individual director receive it, but the public, I believe that deserve, to have an understanding or summary or highlight on this, because I believe it is important for transparency reason, for them to get an overview. So we just give, better understanding of the pay structure and how we compare with the other neighborhoods, school district. It's my understanding that our cabinet level, even though with the increase, is still paying substantially under compared with the other school district. And but I think that deserve to give a quick summary to the public to understand. I mean, so people understand why. I mean, I don't mean people are living solely of the pay, but pay sometimes has a big reason, for people's decisions because everybody's reasons is different. But again, I just want this to be coming out, and just for transparency's sake. And if Superintendent Wise, believe that this is something that he could give it to me or give a highlight overview.
Mr. Wise, would you like to respond?
Sure, I can respond. You actually did a nice job giving a bit of an overview. So I'll back up on what you said. And looking at neighboring school districts with our employees and cabinet, we are, in comparison to Jefferson County, Littleton, Cherry Creek, Aurora, Adams, 14, our cabinet salaries are lower than other districts. As we look at negotiations with our employees, we always try to work on administration and cabinet after employees. So when you look at our employee, all groups getting 4%. There are variables in which some are getting more than 4%, but at least 4%. We also are looking at how we are using that compensation to move forward next year into a more elaborate and predictable, stable process. Our cabinet members would be receiving a 3.5%. So it is not only consistent, equitable, but also maybe less than our other employee groups. So when you look at that, trying to build that consistency of where our executive leadership team is and build value. Part of that work in all of our employees is how do we reach out and show that value, the amount of work, the time they put in. The future other changes would be PTO days to call out. In the past, it's been 35 days to 25 days. We're looking at 30 days with a max of 45 total that you could have at any 1 year. Trying to work on that with the ability to have number of work days with sick and time off, along with then not capitalizing, not going over that cap of 45. So when you look at those consistencies where we are, it's really looking at how we build out that value, how we build out that consistency. And I'd say in the majority of it, that's where I would see differences with the cabinet contracts. Does that help on the detail?
Director Long, go ahead.
So in a nutshell, so we are giving 3.5% raise to the cabinet's level, but that is kind of in line with what we're giving increase for all our other staff. So we're not, giving them more or giving them less. So this is in line, and we're raising the vacation day from 25 to 30. That's also in line with the other neighboring school district and also with our other principal job classifications, right?
Yeah, so when you go back over consistencies, in 2019-20, the same process of cabinet contracts was the same. So when you look at changes last year in our year of, we said, emergency crisis, COVID, $31 million in reduction, we saw deficits. Part of that deficit was we were looking at that time in 19-20, 35 days PTO. Last year, 25. So we're trying to look at it now. We're at 30, so that changed, but also capping total when you roll that over. So those minor differences are there to call that out. We're also working to say next year as we look at moving in with a more intentional and purposeful new compensation system for all employee groups to really take a look at each and every employee. Where are they? What does that look like? Where's the stability piece within that? Comparisons to other districts and like. So we're going to work on improving that even as we go into next year. So I'd see that as every employee group, just like in this case, as you said, all employees had a 4% as a minimum. And in this case, cabinet would be at a 3.5%. Now that's cabinet moving forward. Yep.
Any other questions, Director Long? No. All right, I'll entertain a motion for Agenda 21.
I move that we approve agenda item number 21.
Second.
Motion made by Holzman, seconded by Meek. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing none. Sorry, Director Long?
So I just want to make sure that, we're not doing favor for any employee groups. So actually, our cabinet members increase is actually lower than the FH employees, increase. So we're not jacking up, the central administration costs. And the other changing from the day from 25 to 30 is also in line with the other district. So I'm happy with these changes because we are not making the cabinet member a special class, but of course next year we're going to adjust every single classifications to make sure that all employee, especially our teachers, doing, getting the, pay equity fixed. So I appreciate, that. The only comment I have before, we are voting is I think, we have a good selections of the people. And I'm just a little bit disappointed with, I would hope there will be more diversity in the cabinet. But I think, in general, the new three people in the cabinet level, in my opinion, is a good choice. More diversity is my preference.
Any further discussion? All right. Motion is made and seconded. Let's vote. Director Chancha-Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is the approval of the Board of Education unofficial minutes. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Meek, seconded by Holtzman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Director Chancha-Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. And now, for the feature of tonight, we will invite Chief Financial Officer Kate Kataska and Budget Director Colleen Doan to present to us the financial plan and the final adopted budget proposal for the 21-22 school year. As they're coming up, I would just also, for the public's purpose, just know that that we are in compliance with policy. Also, we're in compliance with State Board of Education, Colorado statutes, governmental accountability standards, board regulations, as well as this budget was presented to give a 30-day window for public to provide public comment before we come tonight to where we will be asked to make its final approval. So with that, welcome, Ms. Kataska.
Thank you, and thank you for the introduction. As Director Ray mentioned, we are in the process and we'll be asking tonight for a vote for approval of our adopted budget. It's been a long process, started many months ago, and as we started this process, we talked a lot about what would likely be an if-then nature of scenarios. While the order of magnitude of the swing of revenue is just about equal to what we were facing last year, we are in a vastly different position of talking about reinvestment and restoration as opposed to massive amounts of cuts that we faced heading into 2021. So this is a quick rundown of our agenda. While it is lengthy, we will try to focus mostly on the changes that have occurred between the proposed and adopted budgets. And also talking about how some of those changes impact our longer-term forecast. So to level set our priorities that we've had really all along in this process on the next slide, did a lot of outreach for feedback. So talked to our individual school SACs, rolled that up through our District Advisory Council, Fiscal Oversight Committee, conversations with you, the board, community, members of our DLT, lots of different channels of feedback to set our priorities heading into this fiscal year. So first and foremost is that investment into our schools, both through additional funds into our student-based budgets or our site-based budgets, as well as e-learning, and making sure that any of the resources that were dedicated to e-learning didn't have to have a negative financial impact on our home schools through their SBBs. So I'm going to jump down a bullet or two, but also focused on compensation. As part of this budget proposal, approximately 60% of that recommendation of new money is coming in the form of compensation. And so in a couple of different ways, both through the restoration of a full calendar, so making sure that none of our staff have the impact of furlough days. Also including here is no medical premium increases to our staff. So any amount of compensation increase is a net gain. There is no offset related to increasing medical costs. And then as we talked about, some increases to base pay, and we'll get into more detail there in just a bit. Jumping back up to the second bullet, strategically investing in our departments and very heavily focused on both special education and mental health. And Ms. Doan, as she presents the changes from our proposed budget, will discuss some of those changes that have occurred since that time. Formal investment in our literacy and curricular materials through read active support, And then transportation. This was called out very specifically in many of our feedback channels. And while this isn't a true general fund impact, it will be addressed outside of our primary general fund, really wanting to steer some additional resources towards transportation. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Doan for a little bit to take us through some of those changes.
Thank you, Ms. Kataska, and good evening, directors. So to start, to just go through a brief summary of the proposed budget, I think it's really important to set the stage of what we've discussed before so that you know specifically what those changes are that we're referring to. And the proposal that I'm referring to that we're referencing is actually from May 11th. I realize we did come back, I believe it was May 25th and June 1st with additional information, but I'm referring back to what was the official proposed budget for any of those comparisons. So this is what we're looking at kind of side by side where we were about 6 weeks ago. So in that first column, you can see what our assumptions are building the current year's budget that is almost completed, and then what we put into the proposed budget. So those 2021 assumptions were based upon our final revise, so that was after the state supplemental. And then again, the 21-22, that is before the finalization of the School Finance Act. So you can see here that even before we talk about knowing the final school finance numbers that we'll speak to in a future slide, we were already investing considerably additional dollars into our priorities as Ms. Katassa discussed on the previous slide. So next slide, please. So this is a summary of the investments that were in the proposed budget. So I'm not going to go line by line through this because we went through that in length in previous presentations. But in total, we invested in the initial proposal $30 million back into our district managed schools. So this is also of just the dollars that would be retained by DCSD for district managed schools and programs. The charter school pass-through is separate and in addition to this. And just to reemphasize that these priorities built within that proposal were aligned with the stakeholder group priorities that Ms. Katassa spoke to earlier. So then moving into the actual changes for the adopted budget. Just to kind of set the stage first, within the last 6 weeks, we've had a lot of changes happening up in the Capitol of many bills that have passed and been signed by the governor that have a direct impact on school finance and DCSD's revenue. So the School Finance Act was signed by the governor on June 11th, so obviously after the date of the last board meeting and well after the date of the proposed budget, which is why I'm explaining many of these differences in revenue. So if we go to the next slide, I want to walk kind of step by step through those changes, why the revenue did increase so considerably. So in the proposal back on May 11th, we presented a per pupil revenue of $83.49 and is now up to $86.07. So the proposal was contemplating that 75% of the governor's request from January would be into the School Finance Act. It actually ended up being the full 100% of his request, but then there was an additional bill that passed that then affected the School Finance Act, which created additional revenue on top of that. So 100% of the governor's request was $85.59 per pupil, and the additional $48 to get us up to the $86.07 was due to the impact of House Bill 211164, which, as I discussed on the June 1st meeting, was the increase to the School Finance Act mill for increasing the local property tax. So being able to generate additional dollars locally, but the state will not be cutting their share. So that is really why we have the additional dollars available to work with that we did not discuss in the previous presentations. So year over year, 2021 to 21-22, the entire DCSD budget, including charter schools, will be increasing about $47 million within the general fund. But the part that will be retained by DCSD for district managed programs is about $36 million, as that remaining difference of about $11.6 will be passed through to charters. So we do want to include the charters within here as the students of charter schools are students of Douglas County School District, but do just want to really focus on the $36 million that is within the appropriation for this budget here tonight. So as we go through the changes, That difference between the proposed and adopted resulted in an additional $12.4 million of district-managed revenue from the School Finance Act. So the next few slides are going to walk through how we are recommending to spend or save those dollars in 21-22. So the first change is increasing the pool for compensation. And Ms. Kataska will speak to this in more detail on future slides, but that is about $7 million above and beyond what was included within the proposed budget. And that is just basically to increasing the ranges and the base percentages applied for all staff. That was already discussed in detail on June 1st. So next is the additional supports for special education and mental health. So in total, it's $2.6 million increase from the proposed budget. I'll go through in detail how $600,000 approximately is added into spend lines now, while $2 million is put into a reserve. Have more information on a future slide. There were a few modifications that needed to be made to reflect some of leadership's decisions for additional staffing and support for about $300,000, which we'll speak to in more detail. And then we intentionally created some assigned reserves to be spent during the 21-22 school year, but more information is needed to ensure how to most effectively support our students with these dollars. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit later on how those are allocated. So this $15.6 million is before the reserves that we're setting aside for compensation for the implementation of a predictable, more competitive compensation structure in 22-23. So just want to point out that this $15.6 million does not include that $10 million that we are also including within the budget. So next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kataska to talk more about the compensation priorities.
Thank you. So these next couple of slides really haven't changed too much since our discussion on June 1st. But as we're having this conversation around what is being ultimately recommended for adoption, just want to level set in terms of what is finally included here. So we do have a total compensation pool of approximately $15.7 million. This is for costs associated with within the general fund. Now, important to note that while we use the general fund as our proxy of cost, every single employee within Douglas County School District or within our district managed schools and department will be entitled to that percentage increase, regardless of the funding source from which they are paid. So this would include our enterprise funds like childcare, outdoor education, nutrition services, our grant funds, et cetera. So within that compensation pool, recommending that is actually being brought to a 4% base pay increase, where we originally were talking about 2.25% as of the proposed budget. So this makes some significant progress on our licensed salary schedules, bringing our starting salaries for our general licensed positions up to $43,680, hard to hire up to $48,160, and our specialists up to $53,760. Now the 4%, as we've talked a little bit about in previous discussions, and if we move to the next slide, could be paid in a variety of ways. If an employee is below the minimum, they would be brought to the minimum. We've had those discussions ongoing. If they are within the range, they would receive the 4% increase to their base pay. And if they are above the maximum, it would be a 4% payable as a one-time payment that is para-includable and has a positive impact on their highest average salary. Now, for that group of employees that is above the maximum, we did a couple of different specific outreaches to those employees. Before any compensation changes were communicated, we let that group of staff know that they did fall into that category. Either were all the way above the maximum or slightly below the maximum, and the 4% would actually teeter them over that maximum cost. So that first communication went out before any other salary communications were distributed. Then is the workday process, which is our core sort of financial and HR system to notify employees of their compensation. And then after that, we notified again this group who is above the maximum with their individual pay range, their placement on that range, and what their one-time payment would be. So we had a tailored communication to each one of those staff members to make sure that they were getting their specific information and weren't left to calculate those payments on their own. Moving on, so as we talked about, how we compare to districts along the Front Range, and we've had conversations with several of our neighboring districts and tried to gather some info in terms of their starting salaries. What is the lowest starting salary among those 10 or 8 that we've heard from is actually at about $40,200, highest at about $47,000, but the average being $42,000, almost $43,000. So with our new starting salary of $43,680, we are placing ourselves above the average of the Front Range. Now, I recognize that this is anonymous, and that is intentionally so. Many of the districts that we spoke to were still in the midst of their own negotiations, and important that we honor, their own individual work. So as we head into 21-22 and all of the work to, revise and look to be a competitive and predictable compensation schedule, we'll absolutely be circling back to all of those finalized amounts and just seeing how we compare in the market, not just on our licensed staff, but across multiple employee groups. So as we make those changes and to our own compensation structure with that compensation pool, that brings us to 84% of our general fund expenditures being geared towards compensation. So again, we fall below the average as we compare to those districts that we surveyed. And also important to note that that 84% does not include the compensation reserve that we'll talk about in a couple of slides. So as we have earmarked money to be able to have a sustainable place to tap into for that compensation schedule work for 22-23, all of that reserve would be brought into salaries and benefits and have a positive impact or in raising that percentage of our general fund that is geared towards compensation. So turning it back over to Colleen to talk about some of our additional changes between the proposed and the adopted.
So recognizing the need for additional support for special education and mental health, one of the first things we did was restore one of the positions that was cut during the 2021 budget year, which was a behavior specialist, so that there's one per feeder area again. And then we'll also be increasing the number of autism coaches so that there's a total of 6, so 2 additional ones for the upcoming school year. We have also set aside $2 million into a reserve specific for special education and mental health that will be spent in 21-22. The reason why it's reserved right now is in order for our new special education services officer, Mr. Rundle, to have input into that process and how we will spend those dollars. But it is not meant to be something that you'll see sitting in a reserve at the end of the fiscal year. And one thing that is truly not a special education expense, but will help support students with special education needs, is expansion of the Bridge program. They're getting a new facility in Lone Tree, and so that will help with the robust programming offered by that program. And then finally, ESSER has a supplemental component specific just for special education, which is about $500,000, and that part is one-time funding, but that is also resources that will be added, that will be spent in this upcoming school year specific for our students' special education. So next slide, please. So when I was mentioning that there was approximately $300,000 of some additional supports and staffing added into the budget, plus some adjustments to reserves. That's outlined on this slide. So the purpose column identifies what positions were modified. So we had some changes in the Superintendent Department, the Human Resources Department, our Communications Department, our Student Assistance, formerly known as DC Student Support Center, our Curriculum, Instruction, and Professional Growth Department, your own Board of Education budget, and then setting aside of a reserve for a multi-year lease for additional space, and then just a formality of needing to adjust our Tabor and Board of Ed and contingency amounts because they are tied to the revenue that we receive from the state. Next slide, please. So then going into that next priority, the site-based budget additional dollars. So I do want to point out that the $3.5 million is the same $3.5 million that we did speak about within our proposed budget, but we went back in the last month and actually allocated that out to each of our schools, informing the principals of their dollar amount and giving them the opportunity to fill out an optional survey on how they wish to spend it, and any additional feedback they wish to provide to our budget office for additional resources. So given that it was the end of the school year, we did only hear back from 17 schools, but out of those 17 schools that we heard back from, 77% of them indicated that the dollar amount that they received as their proportional share of the $3.5 million aligned with their expectations. There weren't many surprises of schools thinking that they were shorted compared to their peer schools. And I've listed out here some of the examples of the planned uses, and as you can see, it is significantly being spent on instructional purposes that will directly affect our students as intended throughout this allocation. So we recognize that there are always additional needs within our schools. We will never have enough money for everything we wish to do, but this is a good step forward in the direction. And then in terms of the feedback we've gathered from schools, do just want to point out that this additional $3.5 million was through the increased allocation of the new formula that we implemented for budget development. So all of our principals had the opportunity to provide input into the design of that formula, and we did have a steering committee, which is made up of current and former principals that met at length throughout 2020 to create that design. So this was simply to bump up that base by $64 per student, and then all of the weights increased accordingly to maintain that same percentage out of the base. So principals had plethora of feedback provided during the initial budget development process. So now we've recognized we've presented a lot of numbers on the last few slides, so just wanted to kind of summarize that information as we're talking current year's final revised budget to the budget that we are seeking a vote on from you all tonight. So you'll see here, this is inclusive of the dollars that are passed through the charters. So our revenue is up $47.6 million year over year. Our expenses and transfers are up by $39.6 million. So there is that positive change in fund balance. However, I do really want to point out that we are restricting, committing, or assigning a significant portion of that, meaning they are intended for use in 21-22, so that our unassigned fund balance actually is decreasing from the current year to the end of next year, down from $29.5 million to $23.1 million. So as we move through some updates to some of the other slides we presented in the proposed, I want to talk about our one-time versus ongoing revenue and expense. So I'm not going to walk line by line through the next slide because it is mainly a refresh of what was presented last month, but I do want to discuss the changes to some particular line items. And this is available with more explanation also within our financial plan and budget if you'd like more detail on any of these components. But the first line, the School Finance Act Total Revenue Program, that is the single largest line item change because that is the School Finance Act impact of the increase in the per pupil revenue. I added in here an increase for the specific ownership tax because I've incorporated the information from the Colorado Department of Education on where they are anticipating vehicle registrations will be, and so wanted to reflect the most current information available. The other changes that you'll see here are that the percentage-based pay increase to base salary, that is the second row under the expense section. That reflects the information Ms. Katasa spoke to earlier. And then we've also added in, just so that everything will reconcile with the financials, added the line for the transfers from the general fund, which generated some savings, added the line for the multi-year lease reserve, the line for the staff compensation reserve, we'll speak to that more in a future slide, the line for the special education mental health reserve, and then the other adjustments to reserves and school-based expenses, so that everything, sources and uses, will reconcile with our financials. And what you can see here is that we are building a budget that, when we combine the combined general fund, will draw down our ongoing revenue with the inclusion of spending those assigned reserves. So as we get into the reserves, just want to emphasize that there is not a one number that you seek in terms of your reserve limit. It's not a magic answer, percentage, or dollar amount. There are a lot of different ways you can look at reserves. So as we look at our reserves in the 21-22 budget, want to call out that many of them will be spent either in 21-22 or in 22-23 as part of the implementation of new structures. And so as we go into this detail, the bold lines represent additions or changes since the proposed budget. So that first one is the staff compensation reserve. This is intended to be a starting point in the implementation of a new compensation schedule, pay schedule for the 22-23 school year. It does not represent the total cost of implementing. It is what we are recommending to set aside out of the dollars we have available right now. The next one is that special education mental health reserve that I already discussed that will be anticipated to be spent in 21-22. The next one, the multi-year lease reserve. This is one that's going to span the course of 7 years. We needed to, for the details of the actual lease agreement, to reserve the dollars up front, but this will be spent down slowly through 2029, I believe it is, which leaves us with our unassigned, which is what is truly kind of free and clear, available at your discretion to appropriate to spend, of $23 million. So this is to visually represent those reserves over the course of time. So it builds up from what's most restricted on the bottom to the least restrictive to eventually the unassigned at the top. So just to kind of speak through those levels, restricted means that it's restricted by an external party or constitutional provisions. Committed is pursuant to a resolution passed by the Board of Education. Assigned is an amount that's assigned for a specific purpose at the superintendent's discretion. And then the unassigned is what's available for use with future appropriation by the Board of Education. So overall, since 2017-2018, the unassigned has increased $7.3 million. However, our total reserves has actually gone up 68%, but much of that is in the form of assignments or restrictions. So then the next slide, please. I want to go through the combined general fund 3-year forecast to show you why we're recommending retaining dollars within the reserves and not spending everything immediately. So I'm only going to kind of walk through the changes from the forecast presented on May 11th. Our financial plan and budget has all the details and all the assumptions for each component of the forecast if you'd like more information on that piece. So again, these assumptions do not represent a formal recommendation. They're simply for financial modeling purposes. So the primary change here is within total program. So the new School Finance Act was set as the starting point. And then we increased the buy down to $100 million annually, while the proposed budget was a $50 million annual buy down of that budget stabilization, formerly known as negative factor. Next slide, please. Within the expenses, the most significant change here is that we are now modeling the implementation of a new compensation structure beginning in 22-23. So you will see that actually, what is put in here as a placeholder for that is a $20 million increase due to that we will spend the next school year revising that, honing it in so that when we present a proposed budget and proposed compensation for the following school year, we have a more specific number there. On the para-employer rate, I do just want to point out that the para 2020 financials were released last week. This is official, that the rate will go up for both members and employers by 0.5% July 1, 2022. So that is now a known factor. And also added in here that we will also recommending to return Medicaid and bond-funded positions, so it's nurses and then construction staff to the general fund as we will be running out of bond funds to pay for their salaries. Next slide, please. So with those changes in assumptions, this is the update of the financials. So you can see here that beginning in 22-23, we represent a drawdown of fund balance, meaning our expenses exceed our revenue annually between 18 million and 13 million for those years. However, we will continue to maintain a positive unassigned fund balance, with the 24-25 projection being 3.2 million remaining after the assignments. This, again, does include assumptions regarding the implementation of new compensation. However, it does not include any revenue increases at the local level. So on the next slide, walking through some forecast risks. The further out we go, the more variability there is in the forecast. So enrollment is the largest single driver of our budget. And so if the enrollment continues to decline, but at a faster rate than what we are currently utilizing, which is projected by our planning department, that may affect how the averaging formula works in the funded pupil count if we lose the benefit of that earlier than anticipated, but also any increases to enrollment would affect us positively as well. The next thing is that there are committee revisions under discussion for the School Finance Act, which would affect the School Finance Act in 22-23. This could potentially have a substantial impact on DCSD, as there are discussions to more heavily weight at-risk factors within the formula, which DCSD receives less funding from due to our student population. And then if the buy-down of the budget stabilization factor is implemented in ways other than what we are assuming within here, that has a significant impact on the revenue as well. And then finally, as I already mentioned, we are using 20 million as kind of the placeholder for that first year implementation of compensation, but a lot of work will need to be done over the course of the next 9 months or so to determine exactly what that will be. So as we continue into other funds outside of the general fund, did want to give an update on our federal stimulus dollars, which are ESSER funds. This is an update from the proposed budget to split out ESSER 2 versus ESSER 3. So on the next slide, this is our ESSER 2 funding. So it totals 5.2 million. It has been submitted and approved by the Colorado Department of Education. So this is the budget that we are utilizing to begin the upcoming school year. The first line item, the single largest one, the classified and certified e-learning positions, this is through our e-learning school that will be under the leadership of EDCSD Principal Greg Wiley this upcoming year. The next slide, ESSER 3 is more robust as there are additional dollars available. This one has not yet been submitted to the Colorado Department of Education, and we are still exploring avenues for feedback, including SAC feedback on this particular application. And it covers a variety of different student supports and COVID-related supports, as you can see on the slide, totaling 11.7 million. So just to briefly go through a summary of our other funds, and again, I encourage you, if you'd like more detail on them, to look at the financial plan and budget. So on the next slide, to summarize the combined general fund, which includes outdoor education, capital projects, and transportation. Recognize the transportation, as Ms. Katassa discussed, was a large priority of our community, and we are proud that we can increase their staffing and increase their budget without actually moving additional resources from the general fund. So the next slide, our special revenue and other funds are largely returning their budget to kind of pre-COVID status quo, assuming return to regular operations. And as Ms. Kataska mentioned, the staff all paid out of these funds will also receive pay increases along with the other staff. It is not just staff funded by general fund that will receive pay increases this upcoming year. So what else can you find in the long financial plan and budget? So it's another attachment on your agenda item. That's actually the one that you're voting on. And so on the next slide, the information that you'll see within that, there are financial statements for all district funds. There are financials that include a 3-year history, so 1920, current year 2021 and then the next year, so you can see how they've changed over time. Like I mentioned, more detail on the general fund 3-year forecast, so you can see all the assumptions included within the model. We have additional analyses on staffing and then dollars that are spent in schools versus school support versus our central departments. And so we spend 75% of our general fund dollars directly in schools. So that is something that we really find that is important and to celebrate, that we do push a lot of resources into schools. It is only a small portion that is actually in the central. It's just about 5%, as that remaining difference is in what we call school support. And also of our staffing, you'll see on the staffing analysis that 74% of our budgeted FTE are actually instructional FTE. This means that they're working directly with kids. So also included within there, we have those multi-year financials for each one of our district-run schools and departments. And we actually go back to provide 3 years of audited data on each of those. And then the charter schools have provided all of their information for review as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Kataska to wrap us up for the evening.
Thank you. We're in the home stretch here. So to talk through our action items, tonight we'll be asking for a formal vote on the adoption of the budget if we move to the next slide, as well as all of the associated resolutions that go along with that. Late summer, some work underway. You heard actually our FOC chair, Jim Harris, talk about some work through the FOC in a subcommittee to develop and bring forward what we're calling a citizens budget guide. So that long financial plan, that multi-100-page adopted budget book, really attempting to pare that down to about 20 or so pages of very digestible, visual, explanatory information about how budget and finance actually works here in DCSD. So really making sure that that's something that people can walk away, put in their pocket, and have really easily accessible. And then January, along with normal budget timelines, would be bringing back a revised budget to reflect October count enrollment as well as final mill levy setting. So before we open it up to discussion, I just want to give some acknowledgements, if I may. So first and foremost is our systems team, headed by Josh Curnow. We've got Liz Salas and Cedric Vasquez, along with our payroll team. So they are responsible, along with the assistance of Colleen's team, of getting thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of data and adjustments into our backbone financial system safely, accurately, and on time. And also included in that is our payroll team headed by Marcy Brown. Also a shout out to Mary Chesla. She and I have spent many night and weekend and weekday hour working through some of these compensation scenarios and adjustments, as well as all of the HR team who has been fielding numerous questions. But last but certainly not least is this very strong but very small but very mighty team of our budget department. We've got 3. Colleen Doan and 2 of our analysts, Drew Phelps and Ryan Carter, who have been responsible for each and every one of these conversations that have built this budget and brought it forward here tonight with all of our school principals, all of our department leaders, number crunching, till I don't even want to think about the number of hours. So thank you. And with that, we'll open it up for discussion.
Well, indeed, we would echo those celebrations and accolades. And gosh, thank goodness we start this discussion back in March, because when you present the whole picture, it is exhausting, to say the least, just all the complexities. But definitely, again, thank you for pulling all the pieces together and presenting them with as much clarity as you do. We're truly grateful. Questions? Director Chancho, sure.
I actually don't have a question.
All right.
Am I allowed to comment?
You know.
I hope you think so. Because I just want to say, since March, we have looked at this many times. And we have all spoken to priorities, and we have all asked for you to pay attention to certain things. And as much as you can say and have comments about what we may have lost, I think we probably need to celebrate who and what we have gained. This work is the clearest I have ever been able to understand the school district budget. It doesn't have to do with my capacity, because there's little there. It has to do with how you presented it between March and now. I've read all hundreds of pages over and over, and I just want to thank you for paying attention so much to the compensation for teachers and staff and looking at how that's going to continue to build. And I want to thank you for the attention paid to our mental health and special education components of this budget. Thank you.
Well said, Director Chanchashore. Other comments, questions, Director Meek?
Yeah, kudos, congratulations on making it. It's been quite a year. All of the presentations have been so helpful. What I wanted to share is I don't think we had any public comment on the budget tonight. But I do know we heard public comment around mental health and also special education. So I love seeing that added boost to those areas of the budget. At the last District Accountability Committee meeting, where the budget was, it's gone before the DAC multiple times. One question came up, or a request, that we have a presentation on compensation in the future and a presentation on the new site-based budgeting redesign. So I just wanted to flag that as being an area of interest. On page 51 of the, I don't know how many pages the budget book is, it goes 209 pages. You do a phenomenal job explaining the site-based budget redesign. I think helping people understand that would be really helpful as we're talking with our public and trying to be very transparent. What does it mean when we talk about equitable distribution of resources? I think you do a phenomenal job talking about looking at, the base amount, and then depending on the number of at-risk kids and all of those different factors. Talk about transparency. I mean, that book has every single school with all of the student numbers and everything. So just wanted to say great job with that presentation. And I think presenting it at one of the next DAC meetings would be really helpful. I know Director Hansen had requested a mill levy override comparison as well. I wanted to flag that because I think as you're talking about the citizens guide that you're talking about developing, I'm not sure if you were planning on having some just basic facts on school finance, like all property taxes stay here. And then you have the state equalization and trying to explain mill levy overrides and how we compare. I think that could be a really helpful part to that book. So just a lot of comments in that regard. And really the only questions I have, because we have seen this budget presentation over and over and over, is around ESSER. And I know people are struggling with the community engagement piece because everything is coming so late. And I'm just kind of curious, you mentioned it a little bit, like engaging the community on feedback. And I think that's really important outside of the normal budget feedback. So I'd like to learn or hear your thoughts on that a little bit more. But I also think looking at those dollars and really being clear in that engagement process on how we're going to track it, right? What are those measurables that we're looking for? And reporting back to our community and being really transparent on how we are being accountable to those dollars to our community.
So I can speak briefly to ESSER if that's okay. As Colleen mentioned, the ESSER 3 application has not gone into CDE just yet. We do recognize and we have accepted funds, which means we can obligate. And we recognize that there are some expenses that are occurring in 2021 and very early in 21-22. So summer programming that is kicked off this week and needing to be able to have access to some of those resources. But it has intentionally not been submitted just quite yet so that we can build in those appropriate feedback channels on the bulk of the remaining award. Additionally, within the application, we are required to submit how we will measure progress and performance with those dollars. So it's a big, beefy application, and we've been working very closely with Mr. Reynolds and team to make sure that we've got those appropriate measures built into the application.
Very good. One quick question, just to follow up to Director Meek. We did hear from a public commenter that put out a percentage of what we invest in education, and I think you countered that. I think you clarified that. Because I don't know where the commenter got this 57% versus, and I think you presented just now 75%. Could you just kind of give me a little bit of clarity just so that we're responding to our public commenters?
So I can't speak to the public comment itself, but the 75%, what that represents is where the dollars actually are spent within our school district. So 75% of our combined general fund is actually spent in our schools. So those dollars do something in our buildings. It doesn't necessarily mean it's part of the site-based budget, but they're dollars that have an impact in our buildings. And then it's 5% is for central administration, and then the remaining difference is what we call school support, which are departments like special education, gifted and talented, English language development, that directly work with students and are directly supporting that education.
Thank you for that clarity. Director Holtzman, go ahead.
So I really just wanted to say thank you for all the presentations and all the work and for being so responsive, both of you as well as HR in terms of the compensation questions and, giving so much time to help us understand this as recently as this morning, spending time again with some higher level questions I had and some detailed ones. And I honestly have none to ask because you answered all of them either before or in the presentation tonight. So thank you.
Director Graziano.
Yeah, at the risk of sounding somewhat redundant, I just want to call out a couple of things that, for one, I've always thought this about Ms. Kataska and her team. It's kind of like the best kept secret in our county, which we are recognized for being fiscally responsible, and your team are incredibly so, and you represent that so well. And I think not enough. You don't get enough credit for that, and so I want to give you that credit. I also think the idea, and because we've spoken about this, the Citizens Guide will be a tremendous asset for our community. Because it is something that I think, again, just will help just continue to build trust within the district. And one other thing I just wanted to point out was just after the earlier public comment, was just the investment in SPED and the mental health, and also the addition of a new team member, an outstanding team member who's going to be able to deliver on that. As well as with some other outstanding new team members that have been added to the cabinet. So, well done all around, and great work. And again, the word can't be out enough about what you've managed to pull together. So thanks.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Rundle's eyes light up when you talked about that $2 million in reserves. Yeah, I think he's already calculating. One question to, as Director Graziano was talking about the citizen budget version, FOC also talked about the accountability around how we have changed SBB to distribute more equitably for those students that have needs. And I think the recommendation was, how do we track that? How do we track the results? It's one thing for us to get the money out and feel good about that, but then, certainly with our educational equity policy, we want to find measures that say, this is how we know it's working. Because when we give these students more resources, the results are increased achievement. So is there a mechanism that you all are thinking about in terms of how to track that additional dollar that we're investing in SBB to really look at what difference did it make by doing that?
Trying to talk about what we do currently and sort of where I think we're headed, or do you want to you can go. Sure. So in this first year of rollout, the strings are pretty loose. As our principals are getting used to budgeting under a new formula, trying to anticipate dollars and resources that they're going to have available in their buildings, and just how those funds can and should be used. As we move throughout the course of time, we'll be more explicitly tracking how those weights are steered towards those specific student populations. And then my hope is that ultimately, as we look a couple of years down the road and we're looking at monitoring reports, we can then tie those buckets of resources to the things that they did, to the performance that we see.
Very good. Mr. Wise and then Director Lung.
Yep, and to add in that, some of the work of our school leadership with their EDOS with principals, we've tried to say, how are you spending that money? what are you trying to accomplish, to then start setting those goals. So we look at our school plans and work within our data, our PLC work, really trying to address and bring back to what are we trying to accomplish. So where are we spending? What are we trying to accomplish? Start to track that. That goes back into the work. But that was the start of the work this year. And the one thing we have to be cautious of also, as you implement, you don't always see results immediately. But what are we really trying to notice? What do we see within our schools? What are our deficiencies or risk factors? And then how would we want to start to impact that?
Thank you, Mr. Wise. And I think regardless, I think it's that transparency piece of, like you said, what are we trying to accomplish? So when we weight our SBB formula for a certain group of students because we know they need more resources to succeed and reach their potential, I think us beginning to message that out, that that's what this educational equity is about. It's about making sure that all students get the necessary resources they need to reach that individual potential. So the more we can jump into talking about, like you said, Mr. Wise, what it is that we're trying to accomplish, I think that's an important message for us to get out as soon as possible. Director Long, go ahead.
Well, DCSD is still an awesome district and the best district. So I just want to thank you, all the people that stay with us. And although we do have some camera member that left, but we can see how awesome their replacement is. Our CFO and can outperform, our previous one. And Mark, in charge of IT departments, is a good replacement. And also, now we have Andy and Dana and what's up, Sid. So although we miss our previous talent, but because we are Destiny District, we are awesome district, we're able to attract great people to come here to work for us. And I am sure that you're outshining, your predecessor, just like I see the awesome CFO, doing, today and your team. And I just want to congratulate, all of you. And I just want to give a few highlighted. I think it deserves to show that equity is very important, education equities, and then the pay equity. So we are able to bump up the people, that below the salary range. The increase can be up to 12.62%. And so we do truly looking out for the people in our school district, and we're trying to scrap every single dollar that we could to bump the increase now to 4% to them. And the second thing is that I don't want to not mention the charter school. We are going to give them $11.6 billion to a charter school, which have 25% of our students. And charter school is DCSD public school. There should not be any distinctions between neighborhood and charter. We are partner, we are all DCSD school. So I just want to make sure that we have these important distinctions. And also, we give $2.6 million in addition to special education and mental health. And we listen to your concern. We understand after COVID, this is an important thing, and the board asked for that, and the district deliver. And again, Superintendent Wise and the board work as a team. There's not much, difference between his proposal, and our effort, because we continuously communicate with each others. And so just want to mention that. And also it is important to realize that we act to autism coach for a total of 6 autism coach for DCSD. And I think that's also a huge thing. So we need to celebrate the success and then the accomplishment of the school district in this difficult COVID years. Nobody asked for the COVID to deliver, to us. But despite this huge challenge, our staff, our cabinet member, our central administrations, our classified employee, they all step up and make the possible situations for our kid. Kid come first. This is always my perspective, and I'm sure it's all the people's perspective. Nobody can claim, that title as much as, people who sitting in here that doing day-to-day work in the past years during the pandemics. The results showed, and for that, thank you.
Thank you, Director Long. Director John Shore.
I just want to reiterate, we were talking just a minute about the SBBs and just a minute about the monies that are allocated that are additional funding for students with special needs. Those funds, for transparency purposes, they go through SACs, and SACs have to approve that. So if parents are wondering about their specific schools and their specific information for SBBs, then your school accountability, school advisory committees are the places to start with those specific questions.
All right, before anybody else gets on a soapbox, I'm going to entertain a motion for us to approve the financial plan and budget, which includes the budget appropriation and use of beginning fund balance resolution.
So move.
Motion made by Director
Second.
Lung, seconded by Graziano. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Passes unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Last are our Board of Education reports. Just a couple of things. We will be in this room again within, I don't know, about 48 hours on Thursday at 5 o'clock for a work session with our new deputy superintendents as well as our superintendent. Sandwiches will be provided. Board, we also have a retreat planning agenda meeting on June 30th at 9 o'clock. So if any of you would like to join me in helping me plan for that July 24th all-day work session or retreat, please join me on June 30th at 9 o'clock. I believe, Ms. March, are we going to make that a remote link, I believe, so we can all jump on virtually? And then again, after this meeting and after Thursday night meeting, we have a break until our July 24th. So that's all I have. Director Holtzman, any vice president report?
I don't have anything.
All right. Any other board reports? All right. Seeing none, we will take a motion to adjourn. That was a week so moved.
Second.
Motion by Graziano, seconded by Holtzman. All those in favor say aye. All right. Meeting adjourned.